commencing this workshop, I want to urge all the researchers and innovators to engage fully with the amazing array of resource persons and facilitators to learn how best to position their proposals and collaborations for success under the Horizon Europe framework, and never to give up. The challenges of yesterday, I think, is a new dawn, and so I want to encourage us as we lay out this table of provision that this is a time to engage, time to try again, and so let's begin these new partnerships and elevate the collective research potential, accelerate African scientific excellence, because to be sincere, Africa still lags much behind in terms of the number of PhDs, in terms of the number of publications that are in high impact journals. And so as we look forward to positioning not just Kenya, not just the University of Nairobi, but the continent of Africa in matters research, because there is no way we can be newly industrialized if we do not engage in research that is strategic, that is deep, and that is also focused on transforming our countries in a way that only this generation can speak to. So in closing, I want to thank the EU delegation to Kenya again, and all the participants for making this workshop possible. Together, let us continue to position the University of Nairobi as a leader in sustainable research, innovation, and international cooperation, and to also affirm management's commitment to supporting the researchers in all that their endeavors. So I want to thank you and to wish you all a very fruitful and engaging workshop. May the Lord bless each one of you. Asanteni sana. It's now my singular opportunity and privilege to invite Her Excellency Ambassador Ariete Keiga, the Ambassador of the EU to Kenya, to come and make her presentation. Put your hands together, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency PS Professor Shaukat Abdullah-Ras, the Principal Secretary for State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, and dear Professor Margaret Jesang Hutchinson, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, and good morning to all officials from the State Department of Science, Research and Innovation, distinguished guests and participants from the academic, research, innovation communities across Kenya, and all of those who are following us this morning online. I wish you all a very good day. And I'm very, very happy to be able to attend this morning this hybrid training workshop on grant writing skills. Grant writing skills have been always underestimated. But grant writing skills are key to access funds. And if you look at universities, for example, in the US, one of their largest departments is the grant writing department. Those who are bringing in the resources are the ones who are important, because without money you cannot do research. So it is very, very important skill for all academics to have that, or at least each university should have a couple of people specialized in fishing. It's a fishing profession, fishing for funds. And the universities need to have specialists for that. And of course, each institution has special requirements. Today we are focusing on the incredible possibilities that the European Union is offering through its largest public research fund in the world. And the good news is that this research pot is available also to Africa. And in principle, all African academic institutions could have access as long as they're partnering with a European institution. And of course, you need to have a good research idea and a good proposal. So, but there's also within that big pot, there are windows specifically for Africa. And these windows nobody else can access but academic and research institutions across Africa. So we are here today to make it possible for you to write good proposals, to bring together ideas and to present them in a way that is attractive. But what was already said by the Vice Chancellor, what is the ultimate goal? It's to produce research and innovation here in Kenya. And the Vice Chancellor talked about the great ambitions of Kenya, upper middle income country. These cannot be achieved without innovation, without research. We need that very much. Not only to bring innovation here, but it's also very important for jobs and growth here. So we want to equip Kenyan researchers and innovators with the skills to be able to tap all of these resources. And for that, we are making jointly a co-creation that hopefully will contribute to the very high ambitions of Kenya. And as the Vice Chancellor said, the University of Kenya has very high ambitions as well. And it's still the flagship of academic research here in Kenya, and the flagship of academic excellence. But, of course, nobody can rest on their laurels. You have to every day strive to get better, reach higher, achieve more. So, for Kenya to become a leader in technological development, we really need the solid research base. So the funding that the European Union is offering is promoting actions to find locally adapted solutions to challenges that we are jointly facing, be it in public health, climate change, food security, as was mentioned before, as sustainable energy, among other themes. So today's training will provide young researchers the opportunity to learn also from those who have already successfully submitted research proposals, and to interact directly with officials from the European Union, be it here in Kenya or our expert who came specifically from Addis, to have questions, answers, interacting in a very informal way. So I take this opportunity to thank Laurent Bochereau, and Professor Jelifana Setage Mekonnen, and all those who worked hard to prepare this event today, and of course, to all of you who committed one day of your life to be here and to see what we have to offer. So currently, Kenya is not doing badly at all in terms of accessing funding. For us, Kenyan researchers rank second in Africa in funding received from the Horizon Europe program. So I think you all deserve a clap for that. So, and I hope you will become number one after this. So research and innovation is also an important component of the European Union-African Union partnership, as was already mentioned by the Vice Chancellor. And that partnership is celebrating 25 years of existence this year, and we are having an EU-AU summit in Luanda. It's the 7th of its kind, on the 24th and 25th November. And you know that science, technology, and innovation always played an important role in this partnership. We also have a new concept called the Global Gateway Investment Package for Africa, which identified the Africa and EU Science, Technology, and Innovation Initiative as an important tool to step up cooperation with partner countries and improving capacities in science, technology, and innovation, upgrade research and innovation facilities, strengthening innovation ecosystems, and increase research collaboration. So this current EU Horizon Europe research program is running between 2021 and 2027 and has a budget of nearly 100 billion euros. Somebody Google how much that is in Kenyan shillings. It's an incredible amount. Part of this funding is dedicated for research projects with African researchers and institutions. I alluded to that before. It's under the so-called Horizon Europe Africa initiative. So that money is parked exclusively for Africa. So 3 such initiatives have been launched in the past and attracted a lot of applicants. It started with African Initiative 1, African Initiative 2, and now African Initiative 3. This was launched only in May this year, and the budget is 500 million euros. Again, I need the translation in shillings, earmarked for 24 topics targeting cooperation with Africa. But already the African Initiative 4 is underway, and we will publish this before the end of this year. So get ready with your new skills. So I really hope that a lot of these research funds will land here in Kenya. As we continue our efforts to promote research and innovation, we are greatly encouraged that the Kenyan government, presented here by the PS, is keen to promote research and innovation and has recognized it as a key driver for jobs and growth. We are looking forward to work with the government institutions to support research, namely what is already ongoing with the National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, the National Research Fund, the Kenyan National Innovation Agency, as well as other research institutions such as KEMRI and others. Besides the Horizon Europe 21 to 27 program, I would also like to mention that Kenyan universities benefit from other education and research programs supported by both the European Union but also our member states through direct collaboration with universities and our member states' programs. The European member states also offer opportunities in research and innovation and education programs benefiting both students, researchers, and innovators. And I hope that during the day we'll get some more clarity about the different programs, but also we are next year celebrating 50 years of European Union-Kenya relations. And we want to focus that year on education and science, research, innovation. So hopefully we'll unpack much of that in the course of next year. And we will be in close collaboration. And as I said, if I see Kenya being number one in Africa in terms of getting research funding, I will be very happy, and we will have done a good job here. So I want to welcome you wholeheartedly to this workshop, and I really hope you get a lot out of it, not only in terms of skills and knowledge, but also ideas for yourselves and valuable contacts, because after all, the exchange that we have always with each other is bringing so much stimulation to our daily work. So have a great day. I wish you all very successful endeavors, and hopefully see you very much in the future throughout the next year. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think I will not add anything to your speech except to say, yes, we can be number one in Africa. I don't hear anything. Yeah, we can. Yes, we can. I think with the skills, we have no reason. With our mindset and our commitment, our passion, we are going to get a passionometer soon. I think we can do it. And especially now that the government of Kenya, in its wisdom, has decided and actually put in place a whole ministry in charge of science, research, and innovation. What a timing! Allow me to welcome Professor Abdul Razak Shaukat, who is not a stranger to this ecosystem. All of you who are maybe slightly older will remember that he was the founding CEO for NACOSTI. He went to Egypt as a deputy vice chancellor in charge of research and extension. Then he moved on to the international arena, where he was the director for Africa at the International Atomic Energy Agency. Now he's coming to us today as the Principal Secretary, Science, Research and Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together as we welcome Professor to come and address.
Oops. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, for those very kind words. Your Excellency, Ambassador of European Union to Kenya, Excellency Henriette, and the entire delegation from the European Union. Also, we have, of course, our host, the Vice Chancellor, here with us. Many thanks. Colleagues, those who are going to facilitate this training today, this morning, we have various CEOs. I'm not going to mention names within the midst of this meeting, but most importantly, the participants that you're able to really get time to come so that we can be able to have this conversation together. And of course, those who have joined us online. I think VC, you're already thinking ahead of time. This is not a ministry, it's a State Department. State Department in charge of science, research, and innovation. And because this is my first time to have this gathering, of course, first is to thank His Excellency the President, one, for appointing me, and most importantly, appointing me on your behalf, because I am working on your behalf. And I think my recollection is when I was the Deputy Vice Chancellor at Egerton University, in charge of research and extension, I used to write a lot of articles, and then later I became the CEO of the National Council for Science and Technology that transformed to Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation. And I wrote a very long article. It's a high time that Kenya has a Ministry of Science, Technology, and it happened. And then now coming back, the President appoints me in charge of science, research and innovation. I think this is a very clear testimony of the government commitment to embrace science, technology and innovation so that we can be able to propel the social economic space of this country. I have prepared a speech, but honestly, Ambassador, I feel like I shouldn't be reading this speech. I will just pick one or two things here and then speak from my heart. Whenever I meet researchers who remind me my story, I'm going to tell you. But this collaboration between us and the European Union, again, it's nice to go back into the history, 2008, where we had the framework, Program 7, FP7, Horizon 2020, and now Horizon Europe. It was during that time, 2008, when I was appointed the CEO of the National Council for Science and Technology, and then later became a commission. So many thanks, Your Excellency, I really appreciate, and many thanks for letting us know that Kenya is in the right trajectory in terms of responding to the calls of the European Union. I'm fully aware, and my friend from Addis is here, the partnership that we have, the EU-Africa, because even when I was at the UN, these are the sort of discussions we used to have to see how Africa would be able to maximize its benefit from friends like the EU as well. So I also want to take the opportunity to thank the entities like NACOSTI, NRF, and Kenya that are here in continue to spearhead the process of support in terms of innovations, in terms of research and funding of the same. You're all aware that National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, NACOSTI, has several mandates looking at the advisory, looking at regulatory, looking at promoting, and looking at coordination. I was telling the Vice Chancellor, we've started the discussion. I've called the Vice Chancellors of public universities. I've been having a dialogue with them, trying to understand what is happening in our institutions of higher learning as far as the research is concerned. I stand to be contradicted, in spite that we are shining at the EU, but the research is still very low, and there's a room for improvement in our institutions. And the next meeting will be with the research institutions. At the moment, we've registered 46 in number, so I'm calling all of them again to have that discussion. Where are we? What are the indicators? What capacity do you have in terms of human resource? What financial gaps are there? What infrastructure is there? One of the things that I'm planning to do is to bring everybody in the ecosystem together, break the silo mentality, and build the synergies and collaboration. In my opinion, I stand to be contradicted. That is the elephant in the room. There's a lot of work going on, but sometimes the left does not know what the right does. And this is one of the responsibility that I have taken for. In spite of all that, I take note that there are quite a number of research that have been funded, almost 350 through a National Research Fund. We've had also the research infrastructure that have been put in place, such as the Center of Excellence of Biotechnology Research Institute at Cairo. We also have a center in regard to nuclear science technology, University of Nairobi, the African Center of Excellence in Sustainable Operations for Resource Management and Food Security, SORES, that is being hosted at JQAT. Just to mention a few, And then, of course, we have the international collaboration, the LEAP Kenya, Renewable Energy, Enrich Africa, and the African Research Initiative for Scientific Excellence, ARISE, that we work very closely. In my own capacity, being a fellow of the International Science Council, the fellow of African Academy of Science and World Academy of Science Trust, I want to make sure that we can leverage on all these partnerships and the resources that are there for the benefit of Kenyans as well. As we go into this, and I can see here behind me the 95 billion that is being mentioned, I think, Ambassador, thank you for mentioning that. I think I can be able to say the same. I want to really ensure that we can be the top as Kenyans. So please, I have never known to be a second. So please help me so that we can be at the top. And that's really brings us to this very, very important thing. I recall during my earlier days, and that's why I'm saying I wouldn't want to continue reading this, because I was in your position. When I completed my PhD, I went to Egerton University as a lecturer, and I got stuck. There was no funding, there was nothing. So I had to go and look around. And the first place I saw was International Foundation for Science. I don't know if there's a fellow of IFS here. I got $10,000, but I can tell you, I really struggled to do that proposal. Writing a grant to get 10,000, then it was not that easy. There wasn't any capacity to be able to help. And that really encouraged me. I wrote a second one, and I got the African Academy of Science award, and the rest is history. I went into doing all that. And I said in Egerton University that I must build capacity. And that's why under the my office, Research and Extension, we were able to have more of this capacity building program, writing or grant writing proposal. As the ambassador said, this is you're doing fishing literally. And I like this idea because I had to be given a fish and that's it. But I want to be taught how to fish. And this is exactly what we are doing here, trying to build capacity and capability so that we can be able to attract grants. The government of Kenya is trying its level best. The demands are huge, as you all know. At the moment, the space of science, research, and innovation funding, we are standing at 0.8% of the GDP. Again, going into history, if you look at the STNI Act, you will see of 2013, we are talking of 2% of the GDP. I think we are on that trajectory. At the moment, 0.8%. I'm lobbying, and please, I need more voices from your side so that we can lobby for more resources. We need to allocate more funding, at least to reach 1% of the GDP. So in that case, at the moment, we are about 122 billion, and we are looking for another extra 30 billion so that we can be able to bridge the gap. But the government cannot do everything, as you all know. And that's why friends like EU are very, very vital, very important. And not just telling us their funding, but also coming forward to tell us how to get those funds. I mean, where else do you get this? You know, you're being told, colleagues, that here is opportunity. And there are what we call ring-fenced funding for Africa. And I can tell you, having spent 9.5 years in Vienna, managing 50 countries in Africa, I think Kenya, if we are not the top, then we are top 3. And so you have that capacity. We only want to make sure that we understand exactly what EU is thinking, what sort of proposals we need to prepare, who are our partners there. And Ambassador, when we have other subsequent meetings, I want to build a database of Kenyan researchers and those under the EU as well, so that we can be able to do matching. This is one of the things that I want to tell you we would like to do. The other thing that we would like to do is to build clusters. Because we cannot just do randomly research. I want to build clusters and be able to have a think tank so that you can help me because I'm very thin on the ground. The State Department is very thin on the ground. This is where the brains are. So I want to build cluster, for example, in agricultural sciences, clusters in material science, in space science, in nanotech, in nuclear sciences, physical, chemical, and so on and so forth. So when we build these clusters, then we can go as a team and be able to say how we address the challenges of the society. And this is the elephant in the room. We just don't want to do research for the sake of it. Friends and colleagues and Kenyans, you've heard what the president is talking about. It's unacceptable that 60 years plus down the line after independence, we're importing food in the tune of 500 billion. This is what the president is telling us. So who is going to resolve that issue if it is not the researchers, and again with the relevant policies in place? So I want to fund, for example, that space. You've heard, you've seen, you've read the cabinet secretary in charge of agriculture telling us that the consumption that we need to have of eggs in this country, just giving you very small examples, 5 billion eggs. We are currently producing 4, importing 5 billion eggs. And this is supposed to be an agricultural-based country, right? It's unacceptable. The president is also telling us that if you want to move to the first world country, then we must be able to expand the space of the reliable sources of energy. At the moment, we are doing 2,300 megawatts. We are supposed to do 10,000 megawatts. Where is the technology? Where is the innovation that we can be able to look at all renewable energies here? Again, it is this space. You, as Kenyans, can be able to address those challenges. It is unacceptable that we have 43,000 cases of cancer on an annual basis. Where is the research on precision medicine? Where is the research on diagnosis and treatment of cancer in this country? Again, it is you. These are the societal issues. When you do this, that means you're addressing the societal issues. It is unacceptable that we have stunting in children under 5 in this country, 60 plus years after independence. It is you now, the nutritionist, that we can be able to tell us how we can produce produce and be able to do the fortification of the same to address the nutritional deficiencies in food. It is unacceptable that we have almost 30% loss in post-harvest losses. Mycotoxins, aflatoxins, and so on and so forth. Yet we have the technology, we have innovation, we can do research in food safety, food security, and food sovereignty. It is you. That's why every time you lock yourself in a room and think about doing research, I know I'm a professor myself, you have to do research so that you can be able to publish, otherwise you perish. I know that you want to become a senior lecturer. I know you want to become a senior research officer. I know you want to become a full professor. You want to publish, but let's also blend it. Let's be a double sword. Let's publish, but at the same time, let's address the societal issues. This is the only way I can help you. You know, the head of public service challenged me the other day when we were in Mombasa, and he told me, Shaukat, I'm going to help you, but tell your constituents, you, my friends, you, my people, tell them whenever they are doing research, we should be able to see the impact of that research. Because then, you see, European Union, this is taxpayers' money. They have to go back and report. Ambassador, you have to go back and report, right? Look, as a result of this, we found Kenya importing food worth 50 billion. Because of the intervention of Horizon, now Kenya has reduced that importation by half. Because we have done research. We have produced the orphan crops, the sorghum, the millet, the sweet sorghum. We are blending, we are replacing the carbohydrate of maize with cassava, and. Hence, we have breached the gap of food insecurity. Wow. I can tell you, Ambassador will come back here and say, Shaukat, I'm going to give you more. Because the taxpayers on the other side are appreciating that their resources are being put into good use. Same with Kenya. if for us we are able to go outside there and have a big voice and say, fund this space of research, the big question is, what is there to see? So I want you also to bring to the surface, and this is what we are going to do next year, May, as we say, inshallah, next year, May, we want to have Science, Technology, Innovation for Society Week, where we can be able to bring what you've been able to do, have testimonies, bring the institutions together. We want to make sure that we break the silos. Universities, we must work with the research institutions. We have to work with the NGOs. We have to work with CGR centers. We have to work with the UN. Kenyan, we are so blessed. If you look around here, you see at least 8 UN entities around us here. You see all these CGR centers, including some of the headquarters here, like World Agroforestry Center, International Livestock Research Institute. We have to make sure that we work together. We want to make sure that we will be the country that we can be able to produce our own vaccines to be able to address the challenges of livestock. Can you imagine this country, the amount of leather that we produce, but we export most of it and not finished products? What sort of research do we need to do so that we can do value addition? I have my friend here, scientific attaché from Italy. He knows what I'm talking about. The beautiful leather shoes that we buy from Italy. I will not be surprised if the leather is coming from Kenya. We want to add value into this. So all this, we want to make sure that we can bring the technology, that we can recycle some of the waste products. For example, we can be able to address the challenges in the blue economy. 630 coast miles. What sort of research are you doing there? Are you looking at this seaweed that we can be able to use it for feed, fiber, and food? You know, so what I'm trying to tell you is please challenge yourself. Today is a beautiful day because we're going to build capacity in you. We will be shown how to navigate in terms of proposal writing and how to have punchable, bankable documents that will be able to attract more grants. When you attract more grants, it's good for me. Then I can be able to say, look, Kenyans, they need more funding because on their own, they have also tried to do their level best. So really, it's a very a nice thing, Your Excellency. Many thanks for organizing this. University of Nairobi, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, for hosting us every time we ask you for space here. You do provide, you're very kind, and please continue taking the leadership. I know you chair the framework of the Vice Chancellors as far as the innovation is concerned. And it's not just research. I want to finish with the issue of innovation, ideas to prototype to commercialization. We've launched 12 universities where we're having student clubs to do innovation. I believe the days when you publish or perish somehow disappearing. These days you have to innovate. We have to patent. And as you know, Kenya is dropping. And now I'm putting strategies in place so that we can bounce back to at least level number 50 at the global competitive index. World has become a global village. We have to compare ourselves. But the yardstick is not countries that are surrounding us, but we have to look globally. His Excellency always reminds us, early 60s, we are at par with the Asian tigers. What is it that they did to leapfrog, to be where they are today? And I think we have the capacity, we have the capability, we have the zeal, we have the enthusiasm, we have intellectuals, we have Kenyans that can be able to do. Where the gaps are, I am here as your servant. Let me know so that we can all be able to work together and take this agenda forward. So with all those remarks, once again, it is really my single honor and duty to officially open this workshop today. Thank you, and I wish you all very fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give him a hearty clap. PS, you have really spoken to our hearts here, to the hearts of the stakeholders. You know, you really hit the point. We need to turn those dreams into reality. change the lives of the people. And to do that, we have to do applied research, impactful research. I don't know what help we can also give at low level here. We can only do advocacy. I know your ministries, your State Department is constrained. We need a lot of money also from our internal ecosystem. But I know you are constrained. But individually, as researchers, as agency, we need to have a bigger voice so that, the government can listen also to allocate more money to the State Department and to our research institutions, and our partners can also come in a big way. So advocacy, those who do advocacy, there's a lot of work for you here so that we can push this. This program was organized by different partners, and with my colleague here, I want to invite my colleague from EU, Mr. Kizito Ojamong, to now take us deep into the technical issues, technical part of the program. Kizito, please come and guide us into the second phase of this program. We are done with the speeches, now moving to the technical phase. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Yeah, so thanks very much, all of you, for coming. Thanks, the Permanent Secretary for Science, Research and Innovation, for the good address you have given us, the EU Ambassador, the Vice Chancellor for the University of Nairobi, and distinguished guests. So I think we have finished with the opening section of the event. Now we are going to move on to STI Research, Technology and Innovation Development in Kenya. And this one, we are going to have 3 key speakers, and basically they are directors of agencies that are involved in research. So as the ambassador stated, that we are really happy that the Kenyan government, in tandem, is undertaking has budgeted a lot of funds for research, such that, and it's evident by the agencies we have for research and innovations. Because we have NACOSTI, we have Kenya, we have then also Kenya National Research Fund. So all these agencies, they play a very important role in promoting research and innovation. So I think with this, allow me to welcome the CEO for the National Research Fund, Professor Dickson Andala. So he will just give us an overview about how the government is, because the National Research Fund, I think, is the key agency that supports research in the country using local resources. So allow me to welcome Professor Dickson to come and share his role in the role of National Research Fund in funding research in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ojamong. The PS, State Department for Research, Science Research and Innovation, the Ambassador to the EU, the VC UN, fellow CEOs present, as well as all the researchers in the House. I'm more than delighted to see young researchers who are keen to grow their portfolio in terms of attracting grants. And I must thank the University of Nairobi, as well as the EU for making this happen. I'll speak briefly about the National Research Fund, what we do, and how we can support this process. The National Research Fund is a state agency under the State Department of Science, Research and Innovation, whose mandate is to mobilize resources and fund research across the various thematic areas in this country. We have been in existence since 2014, but operationally we started funding research from the 2016. Initially the funding was done under NACOSTI before we enabled to have instruments in place. I know some of you have been able to receive grants from NRF. By show of hands, who have been beneficiaries from NRF? Yeah, quite a number. I'm also aware that the University of Nairobi has been the recipient of the lion's share of the grants from NRF, and how I wish this can be emphasized whenever we speak about research. We've not been very vocal when we talk around funding research in this country and what the role of NRF is doing. Allow me to probably mention a few other initiatives that we are putting in place. Allow the dignitaries to leave first, then we can continue. I had thought there'll be a group photo. Okay, so as I was coming here today, I came here also to probably tell you my story, and then thereafter give in highlights on how NRF and EU have already done some partnerships that you can also be able to benefit in, and best mechanisms of you to be able to find your footing in the EU funded projects. One thing that I must mention is we've got what we call, the EU does not fund 100% of the calls that they make. Part of the funding usually comes from NRF, and of course, the top up that comes from NRF must come from government. As much as they've mentioned they've got almost 100 billion euros to fund, there is a top-up that usually comes from government, and this must come out very clearly. So whenever funding is going to happen, we've got what we receive as NRF, and then we are able to probably foot in what we can be able to achieve. Key among examples of those projects that have been funded through EU, we've got the EU ERANET program, of which Kenya, through NRF, funded through the LEAP Agri. And in this project, which is focused on food and nutrition security, we've got 13 projects which were supported, and some of them are still ongoing. Anybody who received funding from the LEAP Agri? I know UN, we had some. There are 13 projects are still ongoing. Anybody who benefited? Okay, but I know majority are in Egerton University. Then currently NRF is supporting the FOSC program, which is Food Systems and Climate, and we are funding 9 projects. Anybody who has benefited from the FOSC program? We are all beginners, yeah? Currently, we have got another project which is being rolled next month, and this project is on renewable energy. And please pay attention on our NRF website. This is going to be launched very soon. So that is in December, where we're going to fund more other projects depending on the availability of resources. So with those, maybe I need to speak to those who are beginning this journey. When I finished my PhD and came back to Kenya, that was in around 2012, the National Research Fund through NACOST were funding postdoctoral programs, and I was able to receive 1 million Kenyan shillings, and that actually jump-started my progress towards acquiring more funding. So immediately I received the 1 million Kenyan shillings. TWAS, the World Academy of Sciences, funded me further another around 5 million Kenyan shillings. And then from there, that was in 2013, NRF also funded me another 5 million Kenyan shillings. Partly because I benefited from this process of capacity strengthening, and as NRF, we are keen on ensuring that we capacity build both at individual and the ecosystem level. So part of what is happening currently is through the EU initiative and the University of Nairobi, we are strengthening the ecosystem. And we also have trainings which are organized by NRF to fund, to train more particularly young researchers on how to be able to write proposals that are able to be bankable. The other thing that we're also doing as NRF is we are also supporting institutions to come up with the research grant offices. And these research grant offices, what we've realized, most of the institutions, when you receive grants, they are pulled together. And you find when you pull together operational resources and research grants, most of the time when the university is at risk of defaulting, maybe KRA, all those funds are swept away. So I must applaud Egerton University, despite the financial struggle they've been going through. There are research grants that have been received from various funding agencies have never been touched. I know it's the same case with the University of Nairobi. So we encourage institutions to have a dedicated research grants office and a dedicated account where funds go to so that they're not pulled together with operational resources. The other thing that we are also doing is ensuring that through monitoring and evaluation, the funds that you receive are utilized for what they are meant for. We usually undertake this quarterly, and currently my team is on the ground visiting various institutions to ensure that funds are utilized for purposes that they are meant for. And more importantly, the Office of the Auditor General is also accompanying my staff to ensure that whatever we funded is bearing impact. I won't belabor so much, but allow me to stop there so that the next speaker can be able to give his insights. But I'm available for Q&A, and probably when you'll be developing your proposals, I can be party to the process so that I can be able to see the progress and also give you my thumbs up for the good work you're doing. Thank you.
So thanks very much, Professor Dixon, for the encouraging remarks. And you can also see that he has really walked a long journey. And the agency is really actually supporting whatever we are doing. I think you can realize that the National Research Fund is really putting in a lot of complementary funds to make sure our programs run. So next, I would like to welcome the General Director for NACOSTI, and also he's the Erasmus National Focal Point. So Erasmus is also another program that we have for supporting higher education. So he's Dr. David Ngigi. So he's also going to give his remarks on his agency. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Distinguished participants present here and those who are participating online, good morning. I want to really take this opportunity on behalf of NACOSTI to really appreciate this partnership with the EU, because indeed this speaks to the core of what NACOSTI exists to do. And when I'm here, I want to, from the very beginning, to really indicate this will be time well spent while we are here. Why? Because NACOSTI, or National Commission for Science, Technology and Innovation, as the PS was trying to articulate, this is one of the agencies under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act that the Kenyan community stakeholders saw it wise that we have three agencies. We've heard from the National Research Fund. NACOSTI comes in as a regulatory agencies, and we have Kenya. That thinking, it was to see how to build this ecosystem and how we're able to support our research system. Why? Because this is very key for us. So NACOSTI basically exists to do so many functions, but I just want to summarize them into 4 broad areas so that I'm able to speak to what we are doing here today. One of the key things that NACOSTI stands for is a regulatory agency. And I know the issues of regulations, the issues of licensing. I know you speaking to researchers, you're very I'm very sure you must have interacted with this agency insofar as the licensing in the research is concerned. And it is key, because here today we are speaking about the issues of how I able to build our capacity to attract more grants to do research. But we have to do ethical research. And that's why the NACOSTI comes in the issues of licensing. We also do exist as an advisory agency, because as a result of all this research funding, as the PS indicated, that we need to inform our policies, because we are speaking of the evidence-based policy formulation. So NACOSTI also exists as an advisory agency. It matters science, technology, and innovation. It also exists to do promotion. And that's why I'm very happy we are here, because we want to promote matters research and innovation. And where do we start? We start with the building capacity. And I'm glad that this is a wise decision, this is a wise move, and thank you for the organizers, thank you for articulating this. Why? Because it is known out there, the EU grant, the Horizon Europe, the Erasmus, they are highly competitive. Highly competitive. But we also have to be competitive as well. And that's why the essence of this meeting is how are we able to increase our competitiveness in there. Because we have to measure ourselves against the best. But this is very important. So from NACOSTI promotion point of view, this is one of our major milestones that we want to put into our record, that we are working in the right direction for us to be among the league, the best. And finally, we also are coordinating. So do matter to do with the coordination, because science, technology, and innovation sector, we have all these players in there, so that we also need to coordinate the sector in that manner. So in that perspective, just quickly put some few numbers, so that we do appreciate as a regulatory agency. And then you tell me whether this is true or this is what we may need to agree. Today, NACOSTI is licensing about 12,000 research in this country. Are those the numbers we are doing, or we are more research intensive as a country? Because now we're looking at the global level, at a country level, licensing 12,000 research in this country, including the Horizon Europe, the Erasmus grantees, and all that. So these are the figures we are seeing as a regulatory agency, that 12,000 research in Kenya. Maybe yes, maybe no. I want to believe no. So the issues of compliance, there is issues. And as we build our capacity, we also want to emphasize that we also need to do ethical research. We have to comply with the law and the likes. So we are licensing 12,000, and we are looking forward to get more numbers. Because as we say here this morning, as a result of this engagement, we should be able to increase our capacity, our potential, and our ability and capability of getting more grants, so that we can have more numbers into that pool. So that's very important. That when as a country, we know we are research intensive, and we want to walk this journey together. NACOSTI is not a policing institution, but there's a reason as to why the government saw it. You have a regulatory agency. And to ensure that, we have also accredited 48 institutional scientific and ethical review committees, because the research, even money that we are looking forward to get from the EU, we still have to conduct our research within that. We have about 48 accredited committees. Why? This is a delegated mandate to this committee, so that we ensure what we are doing. And any piece of research has ethical aspect in it. You know, initially people thought that research or the ethical clearance are only meant for biomedical research. No, any aspect of research has ethical issue, and that's why we have those kind of things we are talking about. So the aspect of Horizon Europe, Erasmus Plus, these are very important program for this country and what NACOSTI stands for, because they address one of the key issues of building capacity. And I was just talking about the development in science, technology, and innovation sector. The capacity is very important. It's key. And this program speaks to what the government aspires to do. So this partnership, to me, is critical. your involvement and your participation here as a clear testimony of commitment that we walk this journey. So this program speaks to the priority program for the government, because science, technology, and innovation sector, for it to thrive and attain its potential, we really need this capacity. So it is very, very, very critical. And particularly where NACOST is the focal point in the Erasmus Plus program, we really just also want to really appreciate the kind of the numbers we are seeing. For the current cycle, 21 up to 25, we have about 91 students, Kenyans, who have benefited for this. That one we can't say more than that. We have to say this is great. This is the capacity we are building for the future, so that we can take our country where we belong. So this program speaks to what is really key for us. International mobility, that we're able to have our Kenyans move across the globe, interact through this Erasmus program. Almost 2,000 Kenyans have benefited in these. Again, these are not just numbers. These are very important for this country, and as we would wish to appreciate that. And the capacity building in the higher education sector, about 27 projects that have already been successfully won this grant for the last few years, 2-3 years. So to us, when we say science, technology, and innovation sector, this is critical. This is very important, and you are the players, you are the drivers, and we have to ensure that the right capacity is in there. Of course, there are a few challenges here and there, and I want to say, as we come to the end of these few remarks, is that some of these challenges that we have in this country, and what the ambassador was speaking about, Kenya being the second, we're still seeing challenges of awareness creation. Still awareness creation is low, and I want to really appreciate this kind of initiative, because we want to take this process to the next level. More Kenyans to come on the stream. As competitive as they are, we still need more Kenyans to take part in this. So the issues of awareness creation, and that's where NACOST really want to commit to work with the EU so that we can continue with this campaign, so that we are able to tap into these great potentials that are in there. We really need to strengthen that capacity, and I agree, as we talked, grant writing is an art that really require all this professional input, technical input, and all that. And of course, we will stand in there to support that, because we have to be competitive enough to be in the league of those who are out there. So really, let me say thank you so much for your time being here. Thank you so much for the organizers for thinking through this idea, because this is the journey we really need to work together, and we really want to support. This is what NACOST exists to do, to promote matter science, technology, and innovation. So we are partnering in this, and we are going to work together. Thank you so much.
So thanks a lot, Dr. David Ngigi, for the encouraging remarks you have given us on the role of NACOST, and also NACOST is the focal point for the Erasmus program that's also promoting, it has higher education. Now, next, I get to confirm Dr. Tony, I don't know if he managed to come, the CEO for the Kenyan National Innovation Agency. I think he didn't make it. So I think with that, we can move on to the next stage. So we shall have a presentation from Dr. Laura Bashoro, the Minister, Counselor for Science, Innovation and Technology, the delegation of the European Union to the African Union. He's based in Addis Ababa. I think he's the main organizer for this event. Thanks.
Thank you, Kizito, and good morning to everyone. Good morning. I mean, there was a lot of discussions about being only number 2 in Africa, but I would like to start by congratulating Kenya for the New York Marathon yesterday. I think as a former runner, I got a chance to watch the end, not the whole race, but the end, and I was, wow, you know, a full sweep of the podium, both for men and women, and very, very impressive. So congratulations. And that gives you, of course, those people are not scientists, but that should inspire you to be on the top of the podium. So with this, we are now moving into the presentation of the program itself, Horizon Europe. It was mentioned already several times. It's a 7-year program with a budget of 100 billion, actually more, and I will explain why. So this presentation is structured into different parts. First, I want to explain actually why we are funding research in Africa. It's part of a more broader cooperation that was mentioned earlier in the various speeches. I will discuss Horizon Europe. I will mention the opportunities, mention the participation so far, and I will give you a glimpse as well about other programs that should be of interest to many people in the audience. So that's the overview. This is not going to be a very detailed presentation. You will then get more detailed presentation about how to use the participant portal, which is key to find partners, to find those topics to which you can apply to. There are different modalities for participating, and we will try to present this. And then you will hear testimonials from some of the Kenyan scientists who have been successful in receiving funding. So they will come and tell their stories, how did they make it, and what do they gain from it in order to inspire others to follow the same path. And then in the afternoon, it will be more hands-on with further presentation about different mechanisms to help you find access to this funding program. So let me start by mentioning again that this year we are celebrating 25 years of the partnership between the African Union and the European Union. So that was launched in Cairo, first summit in 2000. 10 years later in Tripoli, at the third such gathering of heads of state, there was a decision to launch a so-called high-level policy dialogue on science, technology, innovation, to really put the science, technology, innovation as a cornerstone of the broader cooperation. Since then, there's been work on specific areas. Some were mentioned before. Public health with the large program EDCTP on clinical trials that was launched now more than 20 years ago, with currently during the 7 years a budget of 1.8 billion euro. So that money from Horizon Europe, but also money from member states, from Europe, from Africa, EU countries participating, as well as foundations like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So that's a major provider for funding, and you will see the organization that receive funding, many are in the health sector, and it is mainly through the EDCTP program. There's one slide missing. Strange. Well, anyway, strange, because I see it, but it's not showing. So then there was a partnership on food, nutrition security, and sustainable agriculture. And Dr. Dixon mentioned LIPAGRI, which was funded, which is the long-term Europe-Africa partnership in the area of agriculture research in a broad sense, which has funded 1 billion euro of joint research over the past 10 years. And the third area where we engaged with a platform for discussing, identifying the opportunities for researchers in the area of climate change and sustainable energy. And we have also there ongoing calls where we leverage not only the money from Horizon Europe, but also from individual member states from Europe and from Africa, including in the case of Kenya, I think NRF is the main provider. So we have this going on for many years, and 2 years ago, the heads of state and the ministers for research and innovation from both sides decided to launch the so-called Joint Innovation Agenda, which aims to translate the research outputs into innovation, new products, new systems, new companies, and create jobs. So this has been running. This is using part of the funding from Horizon Europe, but trying to leverage also funding to increase the participation and the creation of smart startup companies and having companies work across the 2 continents. We had last week, or the week before, a large innovation fair where we had a lot of startup companies from Europe and Africa involved in transcontinental cooperation, pitching, and many of them got rewarded. So that's the innovation agenda, but now I will focus on Horizon Europe, the funding program itself for research and innovation. It's a program with 100 billion euro over 7 years, which actually has received more funding from, I think today, 20 so-called associated countries. So that countries outside the EU 27 who decide to become associated, meaning that they are joining the program, they provide further funding based on their GDP, and participants from those countries can be partners with the same rights and obligations that any entities in the EU. So in among the 20 countries, you have neighboring countries like Switzerland, UK, Norway, but we have also countries in Africa, Tunisia, and recently Egypt became associated. That was actually 2 weeks ago. And then we have countries a bit further away, like Canada, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, Singapore. So there is, just to mention that our program is much bigger than a European program. It's not a global program, but it's a quite large program. So our program, Horizon Europe, has been decided for 7 years. So the structure is the same for the 7 years. And every year we run calls for proposals, following the structure and using the budget allocated from the beginning. So the 3 pillars, the first one is called Excellent Science. It's fully bottom-up. The second is called Global Challenges and European Industrial Competitiveness. It's top-down. We identify topics, challenges, and we mobilize the scientific and innovation communities to prepare the best proposal. And some of these areas, we are putting them together as part of the so-called Africa Initiative because we are targeting specifically cooperation with Africa. But all the other topics, you are most welcome to participate. And the third pillar is more about boosting innovation in Europe. It's a little bit more Eurocentric, if I may say so, but there are funding opportunities there that are open for African participation, and we have some African participation among those projects which have been selected, mostly group of research organization identifying areas for developing startup activities, and we have example where we have participation from Africa. I will not mention this much later, but it's available. The rates of success are very low, so this is why I prefer to focus where the chances of success are higher. But please note that there are also, under this Pillar 3, more innovation focus about creating startup, about growing startup opportunities for individual based here. Obviously, if you have a company and your company has already presence in Europe, you're most welcome to participate. We fund not actually just grants, we also participate as a shareholder in the company. We can take part of the capital of startup company to help them grow through this new program, which is managed by the European Innovation Council. So now, on excellent science, the first pillar, we are there 3 main components. One is the European Research Council, which funds individual scientists based on excellence. That's the only criteria for evaluating the proposals. It's very competitive. It's big grants for individuals at different stage of their careers, from 2 years after PhD, or intermediate researcher, or consolidator, or advanced researchers. There, we are funding a lot of Africans, but most of them were based in Europe when they apply. So there are people who are currently, fortunately, we have no example so far of someone, for instance, from University of Nairobi applying to get a grant. You will need to have an affiliation somewhere in Europe. So that's technically possible, but most of those who have been selected were already somewhere in Europe and use this grant to consolidate and grow their work in Europe. But under the European Research Council, there is a funding opportunity which is called Synergy Grants. That's a funding of 10 million euro for one grant, and that's for 4 PIs, and 1 or 2 PI can be from outside Europe there. And we have now a few examples of such projects being selected and funded. So in this case, you don't need to go to Europe. You just need to use your current networks, the people you work with, and prepare the proposal with them. So that's called Synergy Grants. And I'm happy to say that we have some successful example. And again, it's a big grant. If you are part of this, you receive a 2.5 million euro to grow your research while you stay in Kenya as part of this Synergy grant. Now, the second pillar is called Marie's Code of Security Actions. This is more about training and mobility. I will come back to that. And the third pillar of the excellent science is about research infrastructures, designing new research infrastructure, and providing access to research infrastructures. So on the MSCA action, Marie's Code of Security Actions, after Marie Curie, who, by the way, received two Nobel Prizes. You see we have 5 components, and the 3 components at the top are quite relevant for people in the room. So they are looking at different objectives. The first one is about developing doctoral networks. So universities or research organizations come together, develop a research plan for which they request 10 to 15 PhD grants. So those doctoral networks, once they are selected, and University of Nairobi or Kenyatta or all the other universities in Kenya can be part of a proposal. When you receive the grant, you can select and recruit those 10 to 15 PhD who will work together as a cohort. So some work will be done jointly. There will be a number of modules where they will be trained together on patenting, for instance, or on science communication, ethical issues relevant to the work. So it's relevant for Kenya first as a member of the consortium building and developing the doctoral network, and it's bottom up. It's up to you to propose something new, innovative, and also your master students applying to receive one of the PhDs. In Kenya, actually not in Kenya, because there's a mobility component. So your master's graduating students can apply to receive a PhD grants in one of those doctoral networks once they are selected. And we will explain how you get information about these openings, this competition. It has to be an open competition to select the best PhD candidates to work on those. Then the second box here on postdoctoral fellowship is about one postdoc. So it's about someone graduating with a PhD, applying to spend 2 to 3 years as a postdoc. So it could be someone from Kenya applying to work somewhere in the EU or one of the associated countries, or vice versa. We also support Europeans coming to one of your universities of research centers for 2 years. So that's one individual, one hosting institution, and one program for the 2 to 3 years, on the basis of which we have this competition, this global, it's called global fellowship for postdoc, a global competition for the best proposal. And again, it's bottom up. You don't need to look at what are the priorities. And the third one, which is also bottom up, is called staff exchange. It's about a number of research organizations, universities, or industries or NGOs working together on a common research innovation theme, bottom up. And when you are selected, you receive funding not to pay the doctoral student or postdoc, but to do the mobility. So to spend 1 month to 1 year in another institution. So the cost of traveling and the cost of staying in a different place will be fully covered. There is money for the hosting institution, for hosting the fellows who are moving, and also funding for organizing workshops or conferences, developing newsletters, and so on. So those, the others are a bit less relevant for people in Africa or Kenya. So we will explain again. So there are different modalities. This is not what I will present after Africa Initiative. This is from the Pillar 1, and as I explained, excellence-driven and bottom-up. So you don't need to know whether your area of research is a priority or not. You have to make it appealing when the reviewers look at the proposal to show and demonstrate that it's good value for money. And by the way, we also invite you to be to work as experts and evaluators for proposals. We have a database. I think we will explain that later. For some of you, you're here to learn how to write a grant, but it's also useful to be experienced in reviewing grants, because when you do this, you see the weaknesses of some of the grants, the obvious mistakes they make, and what are the shortfall in the proposal, which are the reason why the proposal fall. So today we are trying to help you learn how to be better at writing grants, but I encourage you also to apply. It's an open call. You need to provide information about your publication, your experience, and my colleague in Brussels every time build up panels that review proposals. So the selection of all these proposals is not done by bureaucrats, it's done by yourself, by the scientific community at large. So that was the Pillar 1. Pillar 2 is top-down. It's demand-driven or challenge-driven. So basically, we want to put the research into delivering solutions to the most pressing challenges. And most of these challenges are aligned to the SDGs, and they're global. And that's why we want to engage internationally and find the best partnership. There are 6 clusters. You can see them. I will list them. First is health, and a big chunk of the budget available for this is actually provided to EDCTP, I mentioned earlier, I think 600 million euro over the period, or 800 million euro. Then the second one is on culture, creativity, and inclusive society, and it's more about social sciences, humanity. Often we get the question, are you only supporting natural sciences? No, we actually have a cluster which is looking at issues which are quite socioeconomic, purely socioeconomic, democracy, governance, a number of issues of culture, cultural heritage. The third one is called civil security for society. It's about predicting natural catastrophe and mitigating the impact of those. It's about also security with possible threats like nuclear or chemical, biological threats. How do we prevent, how do we protect ourselves better? The fourth cluster is called digital industry and space. As you can see, it's quite large. It has also a big budget. It's all, that's where artificial intelligence will be, manufacturing, nanotechnologies, critical raw materials, and space. The fifth is called climate, energy, and mobility. So we've put together the issue related to climate, those of clean energy, but also mobility, transportation. And six, it's a large cluster which brings together agriculture, life science, and environmental issues. So it's a long name. And this is an area where we have a lot of participation from Africa, because we have a lot of topics targeting Africa. So I mentioned for the first pillar, the main criteria during the evaluation is excellence. You need to show why your proposal is original, is novel, is promising. When we look at this cluster two, pillar two, where we are trying to develop large consortia, public, private, bringing the users, there are actually three criteria. Excellence, obviously, you need to show that there is something novel in what you propose. But impact, we discussed this earlier, impact is another very important. And impact is described in the call, so you don't have to invent the impact. The impact is clearly specified. What type of results, what type of impact we expect from the work down the road. So you need to show how you are going to deliver on this. And the third important criteria is about the quality and efficiency of the implementation. So it's about the quality of the individual teams per se, but it's also how the consortia is going to work together. It's not enough to put 5 Nobel Prizes on the proposal. You need to explain how they're going to work together and how do they mitigate in case things don't go as expected. How do they protect the results? How do they bring them to the market? So keep that in mind, because it's part of understanding how to write a grant. You need to read the call carefully, what is expected, what is the scope. Sometimes it says clearly this will not be covered, so there's no point to make a proposal where you focus on the technologies where clearly not considered to be eligible for the call. But you need to think about the impact, how you demonstrate your capacity to deliver an impact, and also explain how the various partners are going to work together in a convincing way. So we talked about Africa initiatives, which was our way to flag our will to work with African partners. So basically, every time we develop the work program, so what we call the work program is the list of topics where we are putting money. And for each topic, there is a budget earmark. We identify the modality, the instrument, funding instrument. We also give specific recommendations in terms of participation, for instance, in the case of Africa. And each time we add a call. So the first, when we launched Horizon Europe, we prepared a call for 2 years, for the 2 first budget years. And there were 36 individual topics, mainly coming from the Pillar 2 I mentioned earlier, the 6 clusters, where it was clearly indicated that participation of Africa was either mandatory or strongly encouraged, meaning that a proposal that had no relation with Africa was not going to make it. Then, for the next 2 years, 23, 24, we had 30 topics for a budget earmark of 300 million euro. And the Africa Initiative 3 that was launched in May had 24 topics. That's only for 1 budget year, and a budget of 500 million euros. So nearly a tripling of the budget earmarked for the cooperation with Africa on 1 year. So this call I will not describe because most of them are now closed. There's no point to discuss and present the topics because they're no longer open for competition. I hope that some of you are part of proposal, and I wish you all the best. The evaluation is actually ongoing, and we are now preparing the next call that will cover the years 26, 27, the last 2 years of our program, and that will be called Africa Initiative 4. I'm not in a position today to tell you what the topics are because they are currently still under discussion with the member states, EU member states. The call is expected to be published either at the end of this year or early next year, where all the information will be provided. For some of this topic, some information is available, it has leaked, it has been presented, but remember it's draft, it's not completely approved yet, but for instance in the area of climate, there are 2 topics targeting Africa, and this is available. If you Google, you can find them. So there are ways for you to get prepared, but we will not today show you what is the exact list of topics and the expected deliverables because it's not yet finalized. But when you look at the numbers from the first 2 initiatives, because now we have completed all the evaluation and we have signed all the grants, you see that we've signed in total already 219 grants with African participation. That's a total of 535 African participations coming from, we need to do the final calculation, but at least 40. So nearly all countries in Africa are represented in some of these projects. And the funding available for this topic that we're targeting Africa, going to Africa, is 175 million euro that has been allocated to teams in Africa. But as someone, I think the ambassador mentioned earlier, besides those topics where we flag the importance of involving African participants, you can participate in all the rest, even if we don't specifically say African participation is encouraged. So when you look at the figures from the successful applications, we see again 76 grants for the first 2 years in 61 different topic subjects where we have African participation, total of 130 individual participation for a funding of 33 million euro. So this means that obviously if your research area is in one of those topics where we flag the participation of Africa, the Africa Initiative, it's where you need to focus. But if you don't, or if you find other topics outside where there is no specific reference to African participation, but you have good relations with some of the European groups working in these areas. Use this to reach out to them and offer you help, and we will explain how you can do that. And as you can see, many African participants made their way to get funding. So I will say a few words now about Kenya participation. We already said you are now ranked second. When you look at the figures from the last program, 7 years, it was 2014, 2020, there were 142 individual participation from Kenya for funding going to Kenya of 31.5 million euro and a rate of success of nearly 19%, which is more or less average. Now, looking into Horizon Europe so far, which is still ongoing, you see that there is already more participation, 161, and a funding which is already double compared to the previous 7 years, where we are a bit more than halfway down. So nearly 60 million already received, and strong participation also in the Maris Code of Security action that I mentioned earlier. Rate of success a bit lower than average, but that doesn't. That means that there is a lot of participation. So nothing wrong about this. What's important that you receive funding, and for many of the topics like the Maris Code of Security action, you can resubmit. It's not because you fail. You receive a report explaining the shortcomings of the proposal, and there will always be a possibility to resubmit. For the Africa Initiative topics, not the case normally, unless no proposal was selected for funding, in which case we can reopen the topic. Normally, when this is done and you have not been selected, you need to find other ways to be funded. That either the one I mentioned, Maris Code of Security action, staff exchange, or there is another program called COST, where we are encouraging also bottom-up cooperation between scientists all over the world. Now, if we look at where the money is going in Kenya, you see that a majority of the funding is going to health research, medical research, with at the very top the Kenyan Medical Research Institute, nearly 12 million received, followed by the Health Research Operation Kenya Limited, UNEP. So you have CGR, you have a lot of international program, and University of Nairobi, where we are today, is number 8. Actually, not the first university receiving money. It's Aga Khan University, also probably in the medical research. And so just to show you where the funding is going in Kenya, and as we are now in University of Nairobi, and Strathmore University is on the list as well, but there is certainly room for improvement. We told earlier that Kenya is second, so that's for Horizon Europe. That's the current distribution of funding received by African country. Number 1 is South Africa, a bit significantly higher. And third, you have many countries, Uganda, Tanzania, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria. They're all trying to compete. And recently I was in Uganda and met with the minister. And I told her that Uganda was doing very well because they were top 3, they were on the podium. And she answered, that's not good enough. I want to be best. I want to be number 1. So be aware, you have a neighboring country, Uganda, who is also trying to get to the top. So it's not just South Africa you need to chase. And you're very good at marathon, so you know it's the end. and we will see at the end of the race where you stand. And you are quite in advance to the third, but you can try to chase number one and win at the end. So we will have a presentation of projects later, testimonial, and I wanted to show you one example to be a bit more concrete. It's a project in the food area. It's called AfriFood Links. It's about, we heard your PS saying that you're importing a lot of food in Kenya, where you are a very strong food producer, or you have the capacity to be. So it's a project about strengthening the links between the different actors locally around cities to develop a circular economy approach for food production distribution. And it's a project over 4 years, 12 million euro funding from the EU. You see here the partners. It's centered into bringing cities together. And there is one city, Kisumu. It's not Nairobi, it's Kisumu, who made it through the University Jaramogi. I'm not going to pronounce it correctly. But you see, I think there is name Odinga. I know this name, but they are part of that. And there is also the African Population and Health Research Center, which is based in Nairobi, which is partner. But the reason why I mention it, it's because it's very concrete. Everybody can understand. Everybody's eating every day. Most people live in cities and are having access to food. Sustainable food is a challenge. So it's about also promoting healthy diets. We know that there are a number of issues for people not eating healthy. It's about also integrating food production within cities, encouraging multi-actor governance, those responsible, for instance, in the school, managing the diet of the children, because it's also very important to provide to the young kids healthy diets at school, and also to encourage innovative companies, particularly those involving women and youth in the field of agribusiness. So just an example, but another reason why I picked this one is that it's coordinated from Africa by the this local government for sustainability based in Cape Town. Because I often get the question, can we coordinate the proposal from Africa? And technically, yes, legally, yes. But in practice, we are few because of the bureaucracy, the complexity. We will try to make it simple to you when we present. But just so you know, you don't need to just wait to be called. You can, when you think that you have the expertise, you have the networks, you have the capacity, you can be supported by your organization. And maybe University of Nairobi should think about, just because we're here, but the other universities the same, to increase the capacity, institutional capacity, to help the scientists improve their capacity to run, to prepare, and then run these projects. But it is possible, and this is why I picked that project. Now, we will hear today about how to search for the possibilities through the participant portal. It's extremely user-friendly, and we want you to navigate, so you've done it once, so you know you can do it again. It's easy to find partners, to find projects ongoing related to your areas of interest, to flag your interest for the calls which are open. There's a function that allows you to present yourself and to describe what you would be interested to do. And if you don't want to coordinate the whole proposal, you wait to be called and invited to join a proposal, and then you discuss how much money you will receive to do what, and you hear what the others are doing. I would like to mention quickly also beyond Horizon Europe, and we will go in depth in the next presentation. There are a number of programs that EU supports, mostly in the area of higher education and youth engagement. I think the VC mentioned one of the projects funded under the Intra-Africa Academic Mobility Scheme. It's a program where we bring together, where we provide funding, it's about 4 million, to bring universities together to develop joint curricula, to exchange staff and students. There is the need to only have one European partner. There was an example given by UVC of a project recently selected. So there are calls every year. So this is funding. We have Erasmus Plus. You have your national representative who spoke earlier, who can provide more information. I will show you one slide on the Erasmus Plus because it's also our flagship for higher education with a lot of funding opportunities for Africans. And then we act on the youth leadership program for your information, for your students. And also we are supporting the program on African Continental Qualification Framework to harmonize the skills across the continent, skills framework, and also to a program called AQUA on the harmonization of quality assurance and accreditation between the countries. So when you spend part of your studies outside your own country, this can be recognized in your final degree. And if you want to get a job in another country, also your diploma will be recognized. And this contributes to create this African free trade continental market as we have in Europe. So we are bringing our expertise from Europe, building the European single market to help Africa increase this integration at continental level, including through skills development and higher education. So Erasmus Plus, there are different components where majority of the funding is for international credit mobility, is for your students to spend part of their curricula in another universities and be supported for the travel and subsistence. And this is based on agreements between universities. So only the universities with whom university, in the case of Nairobi, University of Nairobi, has an agreement will allow this mobility and receiving the grants. Then there are funding for developing joint master's degree, a bit like the doctoral networks I mentioned earlier at PhD level. This is the same at master's level. So you can be part of the consortium developing an innovative joint masters with other universities, or you undergraduate can apply to be a fellow from this program, and they receive a scholarship, and they will be part of a cohort of students, international students, who will follow the funded Erasmus Mundus Joint Master. There are about 150 masters running. There's a catalog that describes the subjects and how you can apply. So that's master's level. And then we have funding on capacity building for higher education, vocational education and training, and also for youth activities. And this is about developing joint activities, modernizing curricula, making sure that the content fit what the market expects in terms of qualification and skills. So this is bottom up. There are lots of participation from Kenya for this. We have the Jean Monnet activities, which is about teaching or researching about European Union policies, integration. So we have a number of people funded in African universities. And we also promote virtual exchange since COVID. You know, it has become easier to work virtually. So there are also funding available for virtual exchange, new ways to use this to engage. So there again, there is, as we have the participant portal for Horizon Europe, there is a database which is interactive where you can find information on all the projects which are currently funded. And I will stop here. There is a lot of website and addresses that you will find here where you can find more information about what I presented. We will now move to the presentation by my colleague, Professor Fana from Euraccess Africa about how to use the portal, how to find in more details the funding opportunities. So I will stop here. And remember, after this, we will hear testimonials, and we want to engage also, answer your questions. And there will be a buffet outside for lunch, which will be a good time for networking. And sorry for those who are online, but there will be a little break for you. And we will reconvene in the afternoon, where you will have more presentation and more opportunities for learn more and develop skills, and also interact. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Dilfana Satarge Makonnen. It's a very long name, so you can call me just Fana. I'm one of the regional representatives to Euraccess Africa. I hope most of you know me in online meetings. I'm also an associate professor at Addis Ababa University Center for Environmental Science, working on various energy storage and conversion technologies. It's really nice to be here. Of course, it's not my first time. I have been here in the same university, the same building 2 years ago to attend a material science school, which is organized by JOAMI in collaboration with the Department of Physics here as a lecturer in different capacity. I'm really happy again to be in this auditorium. And it's really nice to see that we have more than 200 on-site participants. The turnout is amazing. And we have also around 1,000 researchers, innovators who are attending this event online. So I'm not going to present a new program, EU program. I'm just complementing what Dr. Laurent Bosch was mentioning about Horizon Europe. I will give you some details on the mobility opportunities, as I have seen many youngsters here, and also the Euraccess Africa services, support mechanisms for researchers and innovators in Africa to actively engage, participate in the available research fund, mobility and networking opportunities through this largest funding and research funding and innovation program in the world. That's Horizon Europe. Yes. So he's my colleague, Dr. Ahmed. He is based in Tunisia. As I already told you, I'm based in Addis, but we work for the whole continent. We try to reach as much as we can to most institutions in Africa, researchers and innovators. And strategically, we use actually online workshops to reach out to many researchers and get informed and get a skill of to navigate through this participant portal, Euraccess, as well as the EU funding and tender portal, which are very powerful participant portals that are very much relevant, informative, and powerful to researchers and innovators who would like to participate in many of these EU-funded projects. Just before I explain about Euraccess Africa services, I would like to just quickly go through Euraccess worldwide, as Euraccess Africa is one of the hubs in Euraccess worldwide. So this is an EU initiative established in 2013 by European Commission. It evolved over the years, and currently we have 9 hubs outside of Europe, including Africa. We have more than 130,000 researchers and innovators in our database. This is the largest researchers database in the world, who are regularly informed by Euraccess Worldwide dedicated teams about the funding opportunities through the Horizon Europe. So we have this Euraccess platform, which is one-stop shop, or I can say it, all-in-one kind of platform. It has everything that are relevant, that are important to researchers or innovators, entrepreneurs. For talented researchers like you, not only who are based in Europe, but also researchers, innovators who would like to participate, who would like to collaborate in this collaborative research funding outside of Europe as well. So Euraccess Worldwide is trying to connect researchers outside of Europe, including Africa, to their counterparts who are staying, who are doing the research in Europe and Horizon Europe associated countries. There are 20 associated countries to Horizon Europe, so we are trying our best to connect these researchers and to involve in this collaborative research and address these global issues. So what we provide to researchers in Africa, to organizations, institutions in Africa, as Euraccess Africa, represented as the Euraccess Africa team, is we provide free access to information about research in Europe, about the call for proposals in Horizon Europe, and we provide information about opportunities, not only for research funding, but also for networking, for collaboration, and also for the mobility and for the training. We also provide practical tips to pursue a scientific career in Europe. We also assist international collaboration and transnational mobilities. This network is actually open to all nationalities, including nationalities in Africa. It includes all research fields. All disciplines are also included. There is no any discrimination of fields here. And it's also for all career stages, from master to PhD, from junior to senior, from leading researchers can participate in the Horizon Europe at different schemes. And we have more than 600 Euraccess centers in Europe, in different countries, in different institutions. And as already told you, we have also 9 hubs outside of Europe. So this all will help researchers to make a connection, to make a collaboration with European counterparts. The most important thing here is all services we provide in Euraccess Worldwide, including in Euraccess Africa, is free of charge. So you feel free to communicate, to get in touch with Euraccess Africa team for any kind of question regarding the Horizon Europe or Euraccess services. So these are colleagues who are distributed all over the world, Euraccess Africa, Euraccess Worldwide colleagues. Of course, I should also mention that in Euraccess Africa, we have more than 20,000 researchers in our database. These are our contacts who are regularly informed about the opportunities in Horizon Europe. I think most of you are already member of this network. If you are not yet, I think it's very easy to subscribe to our newsletter, flash note in our news. Just scan that barcode and you'll fill a couple of questions and you can easily register and get information. You don't need to write maybe an email. We come to your computer very easily and you'll be informed about all the opportunities we tell. So these are the main tasks as Euraccess Africa, as already mentioned, and I will skip for the interest of time. It's not the first time for Euraccess Africa to be here. we have been here in 2022. When this hub is established, my colleague, Dr. Hamad, was here, and he attended a similar event. We have been in Ethiopia for a similar workshop in different universities since 2022. We have been in Senegal, just very quickly, I show this picture. We have been in Cameroon, we have been in Morocco, we have been in Tunisia, in Egypt several times, in Rwanda, in Ghana very recently with Dr. Lauren, and we have been in South Africa a couple of times. I have been also a chance to visit some institutions. So these are actually just the physical events, but as I already told you, we have to reach to many institutions, but that's due to capacity, due to resource limitation. We cannot do that, so we use these online meetings. So we organize a lot of webinars. If you are interested in different thematic areas, different training, capacity building webinars, I recommend you to visit, again, the Euraccess Africa YouTube account, so that you can get informed and get skill. So we organize these webinars. We invite the government officials. We invite experts from the university on grant writing. We invite testimonials, fellows of the Marius collaborative actions, so that actually the participant will get good information, relevant information from the right people. So for 2025, we are trying to, we are organizing webinars, both in English and in French. And in every of our online meetings, surprisingly, we get thousands of participants. It's really quite a large number of participants in all of our previous meetings, and I hope it will continue like this. So this is just already the structure, nicely presented by Dr. Lauren. I will not go into the details, but just maybe focus on the mobility aspects and that are also currently available calls. I can assure you that everybody in this room or any of the Euraccess Africa contacts will get all these presentations. Previous presentation by Dr. Lauren, my presentation, and also testimonial presentation from Euraccess website. So you don't need to take a picture of this presentation. So I can make sure that is done. So who are the beneficiaries for Horizon Europe? You may think that it's only European, but as you already heard from previous presentation, researchers, institutions in Africa also get benefited. As an opportunity, as low and middle income countries, we are direct eligible or direct beneficiary of the Horizon Europe. So Kenyan researchers and universities are eligible or direct beneficiaries of the EU, and we have 20 countries which are associated who financially support this program. From Africa, we have Tunisia, and as we heard, recently Egypt also joined this. But for the participation, anyone from middle and low income countries can directly benefit from the Horizon. So you shouldn't be worried about the association. Be a member of the association for that. So how African researchers and institutions can participate in this very large funding program? There are three ways that we identified. The first one is as individual researchers, you who are a member of the university or research institution or industry or small and medium enterprises, as individual, you can apply for the doctoral network to study your PhD or for the postdoctoral fellowship after your PhD. And also as an individual researcher in ERC. ERC is European Research Council grants. So as individual researcher, you can apply to these schemes that are also under the Horizon Europe. The other way to participate is to involve in this collaborative research. As Dr. Laura was mentioning, in the Pillar 2, it's a global challenge, right? It's competitiveness. So the need of this, to address these global issues, it needs collaborative work. So you can involve here as an institution or as a leading researcher to participate in this collaborative research, as we mentioned, in 6 clusters, right? So there is a minimum requirement for that. As you can see from this slide, at least 3 entities from 3 different countries of the European Union member states, or the Horizon Europe associated countries to the, and at least 1 should be from Europe. So 3 from EU or associated country, and from these 3, 1 should be from Europe, 2 could be from associated country, that means. So once this minimum requirement is satisfied, so the consortium is free to add any number of participants from any country, including from the 3rd country, from Africa, let's say. But this is just 3 countries, 3 institutions from Europe or from the Horizon Europe Associated. That is a minimum requirement. Is that clear? Yes. So this includes not only in a Pillar 2, but also in a Pillar 1, in Excellence of Science, we have these MSA doctoral networks to train a PhD students. You can build a consortium and apply to train a PhD from 10 to 15 PhD students, and at least 1 PhD candidate can train from the participating institution. Let's say if the University of Nairobi is participating, at least 1 PhD student from the University of Nairobi will be participating in that training program. The other is in postdoctoral fellowship, and the other one is in the staff exchange. This is a short-term visit for the faculties and also people who are involving in research and innovation activities. Not only professors, but also administrative, technical people can also participate in this staff exchange or these mobility projects. So for this, again, it needs to be part of the consortium so that the team or the consortium will have a chance to train 10 to 15 candidates during the project period. So this is the same thing, goes to Pillar 2. Pillar 2, this collaborative research with the 6 clusters. Again, that also requires you to be involved in the consortium. Another requirement is, as already mentioned, there is Africa initiatives, right, under Horizon. That definitely enhances the participation of African researchers and institutions. In that case, as the name also indicates, African institutions must be involved. This is a requirement for that kind of calls to include African participants. So in most cases, at least 3 African institutions, organizations must be involved in the consortium, in addition to the 3 from Europe or from associated countries. So it's a minimum of 6 institutions, both from Europe and also from Africa, involved in Africa initiatives. Africa Initiative 3 is still going on, right? I think most of you already know that. Okay, until the end of this year and the beginning of next year, some of the calls are still ongoing. But we are also eagerly waiting for the Africa Initiative 4. That includes not only for 2026, but also for 2027 until the end of this program. So are you ready for that? So you should be ready to organize, to write a persuasive proposal, a successful proposal. You should start from right now, isn't it? Because it is very competitive, so we have to start. You have a good time, you have enough time if you really start now, at least establish a consortium, work on the ideas, work on the proposal, then definitely the success rate will be high for you. That's why actually we organize this event ahead of the launch of the Africa Initiative 4. So if you are actually subscribed to Euraccess Africa, you will also get informed immediately when the call is announced from the European Commission. So I can make sure that you'll get this information at the right time. So the third, but not the least, way for researchers to involve, to participate in the Horizon Europe is just visit our portal, Euraccess portal. Any EU-funded projects, they should post their vacancies. It's a must. They announce their vacancies, including the PhD vacancies, postdoctoral vacancies, research positions through our portal. If you visit now, right now, you'll get more than 6,000 vacancies. So that is the right place for researchers, innovators to visit frequently and see the opportunities. For youngsters, you can study your PhD or postdoc in Europe or in associated countries, as I did for myself. I studied my PhD in Denmark, and after my PhD, I returned back to Addis and joined Addis Ababa University. And now still I'm continuing collaborating with my EU counterparts, and I'm also associated to one of the institutions in Italy as a postdoctoral research, and I frequently travel to Italy to do some research, not for the whole year, but just a short stay. So I think we should do something like this. And you can get a lot of opportunities if you frequently visit this Euraccess job and funding portal. There are a lot of opportunities. As this is really big data, you have to systematically filter, itemize, minimize the items that comes out of the search. So maybe if you join me in the afternoon hands-on training, I will try to navigate through this participant portal, both the Euraccess and EU funding and tender portal, where you find all the call for the proposals, including the upcoming ones, also the closed ones, and that is also the place where you submit your proposal. So I think that's very important, and if you really stay until the end of this event, you'll definitely know about it. So let's directly go through this pillar one, the doctoral networks. As an organization that is represented by the university professors, right? Faculties represent the universities. It's not the top management who submit the proposal, right? So for the organization, we expect that professors, faculty members will be we establish or be part of the consortium with European counterparts and apply for this doctoral network codes. So as I already mentioned, this international consortium of the universities, research institutions, business, small, medium enterprises, and non-academic organizations can participate. So you need to, think of also including other partners, other sectors outside the university. I can see that most of you are from the university, but you need also think of incorporating, including other sectors to have really real impact of that project. So applicants are submitted by international consortium consisting of at least 3 organizations in 3 different EU member states or associated countries. At least 1 must be in EU member state. So that's why I'm repeating, it comes to it should be remember all the time when you establish a consortium. The minimum must be satisfied, but there is no limit with the maximum. I know one project with LIPRI or LIPC, if you know it. They have more than 64 institutions in that single consortium, that project. That's very big. 30 are from Europe, 30 are from Africa. So you may need to think big consortium because you get big money from 1 million to 10 million per project, depending on the project. So you need to think big, not only for 1 or 2 or 3, or not only for the minimum 1 as well. So depending on the scope of the project and the coverage, many other things you need to incorporate many stakeholders from different sectors, from different regions. I think you know what to do in this case. So for the doctoral networks, there are 2 types of doctoral networks. The industrial doctorates, so you recruit students from industry in this case, and the other is joint doctorate programs. And this call, interestingly, is still open until 25th of November. The others, staff exchange, postdoctoral fellowships, COFENs, citizens are closed at the moment, But, every of these schemes will repeat every year. So you need to be alert to apply for the other schemes as well. But doctoral networks is still open. If you have the already existing networks, any already existing proposal, you can consider maybe applying to this call. What does the funding cover? It's already mentioned by Laurent. It covers all the expenses, the living expenses, expenses related to research, expenses related to mobility will be covered from the project as a low and middle income countries. But if participants are coming from the highly income countries, they are actually expecting to cover from their national funds or maybe from their own institutions. But for us, from developing country, the project is allowed to cover all the expenses related to this project. So for researchers who are participating in these doctoral networks, actually as a third country, we can host. We can also train researchers who are coming from Europe, who are coming from associated countries for maybe 1/3 of period of the project. If the project is 3 years, we can train them at least for 1 year here in the third countries, let's say in the University of Nairobi. But they have to return back to Europe at least 1 year before the project ends. No limitation on age and nationalities. Some funds have limitation on age and nationality, but in this case, there is no limitation, so you feel free. Researchers must not hold a doctorate degree at the date of their requirement. In other words, second PhD is not allowed. So it should be your first PhD enrollment to participate in this doctoral network. Researchers should apply directly for vacancies that are published through Euraccess portal. As an individual researcher, you can filter the topic and directly communicate the PI of the project to compete in the screening process. For postdoctoral fellowship, again, there are 2 types. One is the European postdoctoral fellowship. The other is a global postdoctoral fellowship. For European, in this case, for applicants, for researchers who would like to travel to Europe or associated country and study their postdoctoral research, this is what we call it European postdoctoral fellowship. It should be in Europe. The other is for global postdoctoral fellowship. In this case, European researchers or researchers from the Horizon associated countries come to Africa, let's say, and do part of their research for some time. So similarly, it also funds all expenses of the researcher and also the project. Third countries organization can host researchers for the period between 1 and 2 years. According to the applicable rules, return organization in EU member states 1 year before the completion of the project. So again here, it's not only universities, but also research centers, public institutions, business, NGOs, small and medium enterprises can also take part in this call. You need to keep this in mind. The staff exchange for organizations, this is, as I already said, it's a short-term international and intersectoral exchange of staff, faculty member of the universities and other institutions can visit Europe or associated countries for a short period of time. And again, this needs international consortium to be established to participate in this staff exchange program. As I already said, 3 institutions in 3 different countries in Europe or in associated countries must come together to apply for this project. So as I already said, all expenses related to the project, related to the researcher will be totally covered by the project. So staff can be seconded for 1 to 12 months in one or several states. It's not only one time, depending on the project, what is stated in the project, could be in many travels. but in each of the travels, 1 to 12 months is possible to second the professors or faculty members of the participating institutions, even from third countries. So must have a contractual link, okay? Participants or researchers must have a contractual link involved in research innovation activities for sending organization. If you are sending, for example, from this university, he or she must have a contractual link to this university and make sure that she or he must return back to that institute after the visit or after the research stay in EU or in associated countries. Yes, we heard it this morning, and also when I meet researchers, I always get feedback that Horizon is very competitive project. Yes, indeed, not only Horizon, but even the university calls, the national calls, the regional calls are very competitive this time, right? So you have to be competitive. And I believe we have a vibrant, we have a talented researchers in Africa. We can also globally compete for this kind of research. So this data also convince. I think you have been already inspired by the enlightening speech in the morning. So if you look at these numbers, this is statistics, in the previous, this previous program, the Horizon 2020, Africa already got more than 2,297 people have involved, have participated in this training and mobility programs with just MSCA. I didn't say about Erasmus, I didn't say about the Pillar 2, but just only MSCA, these 5 actions. More than 2,000 people have involved. This is quite a large number. And out of this, 124 are from Kenyan different institutions. Don't you think that this is really promising? Yes, it is. If you consider just the middle or the half of the Horizon Europe from 2021 to end of 2024, already around 500 people, researchers, innovators from Africa have already participated from 33 different African countries, including Kenya. If you consider Kenya, more than 50 researchers have already involved, and I hope this number will definitely increase in the coming 2 years until the end of this program. So I can convince you that this is definitely promising, and we shouldn't fail before trying. So keep trying. You are already on the right track. You are already on the second from Africa. So I need you to keep this trajectory and keep doing this great job. So these are the calendar for 2025. As I already said, only the doctor networks are currently open, but every year it will come. So just keep your eyes on your access and also EU funding and tender portal so that you get be informed. The other very important one that we can also consider applying as individual researchers is the ERC, European Research Council. Inside it has 5 schemes for the starting grant. You can earn up to 1.5 million for the duration of 5 years. You can, the requirement here is just you need to have a research experience, 2 to 7 years of research experience after the completion of your PhD. That's it. Nationality, age, there is no requirement here. You can apply as an individual researcher. And the good thing that I also mentioned here is that all of the works in this project is not doing in the Europe. At least 50, you can do it in your institution. But the minimum requirement here is at least 50% must be done in Europe or in associated country, but the rest, you can do it here with your country and your institutions. So this is also an opportunity that you need to consider. The other grant scheme under ERC is consolidated grant. In this case, you can earn up to 2 million for the same 5 years period. And the requirement here is 7 to 12 years of experience after the completion of your PhD. After your PhD, you need to have this scientific record. Advanced grant, as I'm also indicate, this is very competitive, and it requires at least 10 years of research experience after you get your PhD. But you can earn up to 2.5 million per project. And again, here also in ERC, you can train also doctoral students. You can also recruit postdoctorals. It's just not done by one single PI. You can recruit as clearly specified in the call for the proposal in this ERC. The other one is the synergy grant. What makes a special synergy grant is it's not only one PI. You can have 2 to 4 PIs, and one of the PI could be outside of Europe. You can be staying here in your country and be part of the PIs, one of the PIs, and share the work of the project. And you can earn up to 2.5 million just for your share while you are also here in your institution. So far, since the establishment of ERC, we got 24 grantees from Africa. So these are the calendar for ERC, and again here, most of them are already closed, but as I already told you, they will come again starting from the beginning of the next year. So just again, keep your eyes on these calls. So in your access, we have the portal. Myself and my colleague Ahmed manage this portal. We publish news, information that we directly got from the European Commission, directly we got from Dr. Laura and EU delegation in different countries. We publish this news on our portal. We also send out a flash note to our contacts. We have also actively present in the social medias, in LinkedIn, Facebook, X, name them. And we organize or participate in this kind of capacity building events in Africa. Yes, so it's very easy to subscribe to Your Access Africa network. So when you Google in any of the browser, this is the landing page for Your Access Africa. This is where you can sign up for free membership. Or you can scan just the barcode. So I think I will not go in detail about the other participant portals. That is in the afternoon. So in the afternoon, in hands-on practical session, we'll navigate through the Your Access portal. We show how you search a partner. That's the most important thing, right? That was the most challenging thing for researchers to be part of the consortium. But interestingly, we have more than 25,000 of institutions and more than 16,000 researchers in our database who expressed their interest to collaborate, to make a connection with all of our contacts. So I will show you how you make a connection just from the website. Right? We have many researchers and organizations who have already expressed their interest to collaborate. And also in EU funding and tender portal, there is a section called Search for Partner. I also, again, navigate through that. That's also very important for you guys to actively participate. So we'll go through that. If your organization is not registered for the Horizon Europe participation, I will tell you how you can register your organization. If you have your company, for sure, University of Nairobi is already registered, but if you have other institutions or if you have your own company, you can, I will show you how you easily register your company and participate. That is actually the requirement to participate. Your organization must register. And I will also show how access all the available call for the proposals. You don't imagine how many are there at the moment. More than 3,400 calls for proposal are still available in the EU funding and the tender portal. So it's quite large number of call for proposals. So I will show you how you systematically filter and get more information about each of these call proposals. And definitely we'll have also time to go through the application process in the EU funding tender portal again this afternoon. So there are many things remain to do this afternoon, so I hope we will meet again. Thank you very much. I think I'll stop here. You can call her to come on the stage.
Yes, so as you have seen, Professor Fana has gone through the entire process of applying for these grants and how he went to join the Euraxis network. So now we are moving to the next stage where we are going to get testimonials from some of the Kenyans who have successfully been awarded grants. So I have, I think, 4 names. Let me just so I have Professor Sheila Okoth. Then there's also Dr. Anne, who will, I hope she's around, and Dr. Bridget. Okay, maybe she will join. Then Dr. Anne, Dr. Lynette Odondi. Okay, let me start with Professor Sheila then. Thank you. Come.
So good afternoon to you all. So my talk will be on just insights, my experience with the proposal development, and then I was also asked to share with you outcomes of the 2 EU projects that I've been involved in. So grant writing tips, that's what I'll call them, and I'll be brief because I'm standing between you and your lunch. So the first thing that I know we should do is to find a call that has been written for our idea. Many times we get calls and then we fit in our idea to the call. And that is where the mistake begins. Because remember, those who are evaluating the calls are actually experts. So the university sends us many calls. I know the communication director is always sending us calls, but we don't have to answer all of them. You answer the one that has been written for your idea. So we already have been presented with the area of the call that is coming. So just look at it. Does it fit? Can your idea fit in it? Is it your call? And if it is your call, then you'll find it easy to write it. But if it's not your call, then you will struggle to write it. And the evaluator will also struggle to evaluate you. And then you will not get it. Then when the call comes, you have to analyze it, of course, to see that it's fitting in your idea. You read the whole of it. These mistakes, I'm telling you, I also did it many times. It's not that I'm different. So you read the strategic drivers of the call, read the whole call, get the keywords that are ringing in the call, the scope of the call, as we have been told in the morning, the expected outcomes. Always these EU calls have expected outcomes, and then of course the budget limits. So you read all this religiously like a Bible before you start applying or responding to a call. Then the second step is now to build your consortium. this is another place where the devil sits. Because this consortium has to fit in as a puzzle. Don't just pick your friends. You will pick groups that will fit into this puzzle. Groups with different expertise, groups that will complement the idea, and also groups that have capability, because the CVs will be evaluated, the complementarity will be evaluated, and then the commitment. I tell you, when you start writing this thing, there are people who will just escort you. And when the escorting is more than the work, it is a very hard task. And then the beginning of the problem of failing the competition again begins. So build up a consortium or partners that are complementary, that is, partners who will fit into the jigsaw with different scientific expertise, disciplines, partners who will fit that gap. So you have the puzzle and you have gaps. So look for the partners who will fit those gaps, not the friend beside you, the one who will fit those gaps that you require to submit a wholesome proposal to him. Then capability, partners who have a track record, because the CVs will be evaluated. So many times as researchers, sometimes especially African researchers, we tend to be jack of all trades. And so when you are jack of all trades, then when somebody is compiling their consortium, they cannot find you. So for me, when you look for aflatoxins, you'll find me. So any European partner who wants to write a proposal will Google aflatoxin, then they will find me. Then you become easy to find. So sometimes we stress too much because we do too many things, and so we don't have an identity. And when you don't have an identity, then one struggles to find you, to fit you inside a consortium. And then, of course, the commitment. This is very important at proposal writing and also at implementation. Because when you are given those many euros, they will want outputs. And you cannot do this work alone. You will see from my other slides that the partnership is wide, and so people have to work. Everybody has to take up their role and do the work. And that is where our partners fail us. And then you have problem with giving out your outputs. So you must, from the beginning of writing the proposal, do away with those who will escort you. Just tell them you can go without escorting, and you find partners who are committed and form that consortium. Then you refer to the call, as you have been told, 3 from EU, 3 from Africa. Select those to make up your beautiful consortium. So just the diversity of the consortium as required from the call, the geographical spread, as has been mentioned, and then you assign a strong coordinator. You can begin the work, but you can decide you want someone else to lead the consortium. And as you have heard from the presentation before, sometimes it's easier for an EU partner to lead the call because of those many regulations that come in that you will see as you go. He will take you through in the afternoon. So you may have the idea, start the call, but maybe you might want to give the coordination role to an EU partner. It will make your life easy, even during the reporting period. Yeah, as much as it's very competitive to get it, it also takes a lot of energy to be in these projects. I used to be very fat, now I've lost so many kilograms. So what you want to do, so that is your idea. So your idea, you have to articulate it well inside the proposal. So you ensure that your aims and objectives are specific, they are measurable, they are achievable, they are relevant, and also they are time bound. Many projects fail because you look at the tasks and you say this one cannot be achieved within these 4 years. So already you reduce your chances of the work. In one of our Horizon Europe funded project, at least they were kind not to reject it, but to tell us to reduce our tasks because there were too much to be achieved within that period, within the 4 period. So the objective was good, they appreciated the objectives, they saw this is a good project, but instead of canceling it, they said, no, we can't throw away this, but let us ask them to reduce the objectives. So again, your proposal has to be one that physically, if you look at it, you also feel that you can achieve it within that time. So clarity, credibility, and appropriateness to the theme of the call is very important to a successful call. And then, why does it matter? So when you are developing your proposal, why are we doing this proposal? This has to come out very well in your articulation, in your proposal. Why does this work has to be done? Whom will it help? How will it be disseminated? And also exploitation. How will the results be used? So what are the results and how will they be used? So that also, all these points I'm talking about, they have a framework where they give you marks. So during the evaluation. So your proposal has to show clearly how your results will be used and in a sustainable manner. And also how will the results be communicated to the public, to the people who are using it, the policy people, the regulators. How are you going to communicate the results? And then again, within your proposals, you have to define the indicators that you are going to use to ensure that you have actually achieved your results, what you set to achieve. So your proposal has to clearly show the indicators that you'll be checking. As you go along, you must have something that will show you, am I halfway, am I quarter way, or am I just running around spending energy and I'm not going anywhere with it. And of course, sustainability of the results, which can you contribute to the national policy goals or the EU goals or the regional policies, and these are stipulated inside the call. The objectives of the call, the outputs that are required are stipulated in the call, which you have to read before you start writing it. And how are you going to do it? So in most cases, we pack the activities within the work packages. And again, another tip here is when you have laid out your work packages, 5, 6, or 8, depending on your specific objectives, you have to share the leadership roles with members of your consortium, because that will also be looked at during the evaluation. Are these people you are carrying just escorting you, or are they going to contribute towards achieving the goals? So you may have 5 or so work packages, so have different members of the consortium being chairs and deputy chairs of the work packages, so that they also have roles to play, because remember there will be quarterly or half-yearly feedback that has to be given to the EU, and you have to get them from these work packages and also the deadlines, the timelines that you gave in your work plan. So share out the leads with all partners. Also, it shows the complementarity of the consortium, that they can also do something. They're specialized in work package 1, Ghana is specialized in work package 2, and so on. And it also justifies their presence in the consortium. And you will also have to have a session for risk management and how you are going to manage the risks. So this is a part also that we normally do carelessly. Don't do it in the afternoon when you are tired. Do it in the morning when you are fresh, and say what are the risks that accompany my proposal and how am I going to mitigate them. Look for actual practical reasons that how you are going to mitigate them. So all these sections of the proposal are not things to do in the afternoon when you are tired, because they all have marks that are earned for you to qualify to get the proposal funded. And then the budgeting. So the budget lines have to be in line with your work packages. They have to be realistic. They have to be shared well with the members of your consortium according to the load that they have and what they bring into the project. And you will notice that most of the money goes into payments of activities. And that is the reason you have to have members who will work, who will not just spend the money and by the end of the day, there is no work done. So even within the countries, if you have 6 consortium members, there is still work to be done within the country. So you have members of the consortium, and within the country also you have members of your team. So these members of the team have also to be committed members. Remember, they are going to ask you for money to go to the field, and then they come back, you ask for results, there are no results. Are we together? Yes, and I've had that problem a lot. That's why I'm stressing on this. So when you see those red flags, then you have to wake up and do some replacements here and there, because by the end of the day, you want outputs. You want outputs. You want to see what is the euro doing for this project. So apart from the global consortium, there is also the in-country consortium that have to be complementary and have to be committed persons. So set up all these teams together at the beginning of the project when you are writing it. When you have strong consortium members, then you succeed throughout your project. So personal costs, as I've said, normally takes the largest part of the item, of the budget, and that is the reason you have to follow up with people you are working with, so that the money does not go to personal costs and there are no outputs. And then procurement bottles also, bottleneck is also a problem that you have to find how to deal with it. It's in our institutions. You know how procurement system is a little, the red carpets are so many, so you have to plan in advance. Otherwise your activities stall, and when your activities stall, then the outputs stall, and then you have a problem during reviewing. So this is a serious matter. In one of the EU projects that we have right now, some Nigeria and Ghana have really delayed in their procurement of kits, and now we have a big problem with the reviewer, because it means we will not be able to achieve some of our tasks on time. And this can lead also to revocation of the grant. But don't revocate ours, we are working on it. Yeah, so So all these things have to be put in place when you have to think about them when you are writing your proposal. So in other words, don't get involved with institutions that have problems with finance, because you will not make it. University of Nairobi is very well equipped. Our grant, we have a whole grant office that just deals with grants, and our grant officer, Elizabeth, you can even call her at midnight, and she will sort you out. So it makes our work very easy, and we are always on time with our activities. And then another thing that we have to know is that the EU does not buy equipment, but they charge the depreciation value on the equipment. That is also something that surprised me, but something that we have to know. So they charge what they contribute on the depreciation of the equipment. In other words, it's like co-funding with your institution. Yeah, so when you budget, don't think of that. Sorry? I should finish. Elaborate on the equipment. I think you'll do that in the afternoon. Yeah, so when you buy an equipment, their contribution is on depreciation value of the equipment. After 2 years, then you give us the money. You pay after 2 years.
Just to complete, depreciation means if the equipment is, you can use it for 10 years, and your project is 5 years, we will only pay for half, basically, full. But if the equipment has a life duration of 2 years, and your contract is 3 years, you'll be fully paid. Okay, that's the idea.
Yeah, so I thought it was important to bring this out because when I wrote the proposal, I wanted the University of Nairobi to have a NRI and, you know, those labs with big aflatoxin testing equipment, only to realize that it wasn't possible. So take care of that as you write your proposals. So I will just take you through quickly on to see how good this fund is, because I must say that among the other grants that I've applied for and I've received, like the NRF and NACOSTI and so on, this is really a very stable funding agency, because you get money without fighting too much, and I hope the NRF people have gone and NACOSTI. Yeah. So yeah, you get what you want, and it's smooth, and the collaboration is also with partners who you can get skills from, and you know you walk around with strength, getting support from outside and skills, and you actually get outputs that you can touch because of the amount of money that you get. You get outputs that you can see and that can actually bring change. Yeah, so these little monies here and there, sometimes they don't, before the output is out, it is finished. You understand what I mean. So the Uprise EU, this is an Horizon Europe project. It's a partnership for resilience, inclusivity, and safe food systems for everyone. So it's an international project providing groundbreaking knowledge to understand mycotoxin contamination and to deliver solutions in Africa. So those are the consortium group. The coordinator is Ghent University, and then we have partners in Italy, the Netherlands, in Nigeria, Benin, Kenya, of course, We have third parties, France, just giving us skills on simulations. So the grant, we started working last year in January. It was launched in January last year. 5 countries in Africa is where the project is implemented, and our basis is food safety. We know aflatoxins is a problem in Kenya, and that is where I told you to start from. You apply for a project that is for your idea, you know, that fits in. You don't fit your idea into a call. So, and then problems that are actually problems, not the one that you imagined or had a dream about. So we know aflatoxins is a problem in Kenya. People die from, it is a food security issue. And you can't reach food security unless the food is safe. So the key objectives is to generate knowledge and also to develop early warning systems on how to control the toxins. We are also working with regulators. KEBS is part of us, and we are developing also microbiome-based solutions, which is now the innovative part. Your project proposal must also have innovative ideas, new ideas. What is it that is new that you are bringing? That is something I forgot to tell you. So your project proposal must be filling a gap. It must not be repeating, coming up with those solutions that are already there. So it must be something that is filling some gap. And then we also have some training hubs and mentoring sessions. So knowledge on mycotoxins. So we are isolating fungi from cereals, and that is the lab at Chiromo campus. Our colleague from Italy has visited the lab. So we are EU compliant. And from this project, we are going to have a biobank. So you can see we are actually out to solve a problem. So we are going to have a biobank with the fungi that are causing toxins and also the ones that we are using as microbiome for fermentation. The isolates will also be saved for us in Italy, but we say that we must also have our microbial wealth, and so the biobank will have copies of the fungi here at the University of Nairobi. So we are also testing toxins in the different cereals and milk and the feed, because we are looking at the value chain of milk, the milk value chain. And from those knowledge, we are also collecting the weather conditions so that we look at predictive modeling. So the skills for this is from Wageningen. As we said, we have a consortium to share skills and with expertise. So the fungal bit is here with us at the University of Nairobi, and then the modeling from Wageningen. And we hope to develop some apps that we can be used for getting signals to farmers on when to do what to prevent mycotoxin accumulation. So right now we are doing also situational analysis to assess the regulations and policies and on mycotoxins, because we know that our system of crop management in Africa is not the same as, for example, in Europe. In Africa, we have cereals coming straight from the farm to the market. So we have this route that is not under any regulation. And that is where most of us feed from. We don't feed from the ones that are regulated in packets in the supermarkets. We also buy maize and go to the posho mills and mill and make our ugali. And actually most deaths come from this other value chain that is not regulated. So that is now the real problem that we saw, and we are looking at our regulations and see if we can contribute to the regulations so that we also have this part regulated. So that everybody is safe. Almost 80% of us eat from this other line that is not regulated. So you eat a lot of toxins, or maybe you don't eat toxins, but that portion is not regulated. So one of our objectives of the project is to ensure that we work with our regulators to fill in this gap so that we can have regulations even for this other value chain. So we are doing, we have already collected data on risk assessment, and this we are going to work together with the regulators now to speak onto the levels for acceptable levels for the toxins in our food in this non-regulated value chain. Then our other objective is to collect, to get microbiome-based solutions. We know that the Maasai people and other group, they make very good fermented music, and so we want to see the microbes, we want to get microbes from that line and improve onto our fermentation process without accumulating the toxins. So for this, now the EU is going to fund 2 case studies, and the EU say that we must just give them money. They don't want us to buy for them the items. So 2 case studies, the finance officer told me that already on Friday that he wired money to them, but I also spoke to the chief to ensure that they don't run away. So there are 2 case studies that have been funded to improve their dairy cooperative societies, to improve so that they don't, so that we decrease toxins, aflatoxin M1 in our milk. We know that the levels of M1 in our milk and cheeses are high, and as we have said, our milk value system also, it depends on this bulking. Farmers go and bulk their milk, so even the bad milk finds its way into the processing. So we have 2 case studies in Kisumu County that have been funded, and we are going to follow the toxins from the feed, because that is where the toxins accumulate, to improve how they make their feed and how they manage also the cleanliness of their facility to prevent the bacterial contaminations, and also the packaging. So all that people in the value chain have been supported, and we'll follow that throughout the 4 year of the project, and we train them to see how we can reduce toxins in the milk value chain. So during the trainings, we will call all the dairy cooperative societies within the country to participate in the training sessions. So sometime next month, we are going to have our collaborators from France and from Italy and Ghent coming in with us in that part of the country to do training for this milk value chain. So for the sake of time, let me just go quickly. So we have 12 PhD students involved in this project. We also have NGOs, we have the dairy board, mills, and this shows how we are going to disseminate our findings. So it is not just going to end in those funny milk dairy cooperatives you saw. It's going to be knowledge that can be shared even with the regulators. So that is the Horizon Europe project. Then I'll just quickly, I also benefited from the Horizon 2020 project, and I'm going to apply for the one you said. So the Horizon 2020 project, so the Ewa Belt project, this was aimed at having sustainable intensification across 5 African countries. Now, land does not increase. Your portion of land, your acres, is the same. That is for farmers at home. Of course, for you elite, you can buy 20 acres in Athi River and 50 elsewhere. But most of our farmers, stakeholders, the small-scale farmers, their farm size is the same. So what our idea is, why don't we intensify those pieces of land that they have? If you can't increase it, then you do what? You intensify the farm that you have, so that your produce is a lot within what you have. In other words, the stick that you have is the one that you kill with a snake. Yes. So these are our collaborators, and the coordinator is from University of Sassari in Italy. So we are just ending this project now this year. We had an extension. So the consortium has 6 African countries, and now one other thing that you have to know when you're preparing your proposal is that within your consortium, remember you have different countries, and your problem in Kenya may not be your problem in Ghana. So as you write your proposal, each country has to package their problem. Because even if you have the whole project, you will still carry it now to your country to implement. So to contribution of the methods and so on, you have to have a team that can now break down this global project and translate it to the African situation. So for us in Kenya, of course, the Nigerians were doing fufu and the others, but for us, we selected groundnuts in Kenya and finger millet, because these are crops that were initially cash crops in Western Kenya. Remember, Western Kenya is the second poorest, so that was also one of our reasons for selecting that part of the country, because of the poverty index, and secondly, because these crops have lost value. They used to be cash crops, but they are gone. And yet now with our health situations, we are going back to these cereals, to sorghum and finger millet. So they are neglected crops, and we decided that no, we have to bring up the value of these crops so that they start growing them again. And they stopped growing them because of drudgery and also because of insect pests. Because when you look at the virus for groundnut, it can clean a whole farm and you end up with nothing. So we had technologies that we took to them, that is, took them back to organic fertilization, took them back to pig's bags to control aflatoxins. Apart from maize, groundnut is very bad with aflatoxins. And so we also reduced their drudgery. We introduced new varieties to them. And you can see these are harvests from farmers of finger millet. So they was telling me that I can be the next governor. So we also introduced to them a variety of groundnuts. So we gave them several types so that they can also select what they want. So they selected what they like for eating and the one that is good for making peanut butter. And we worked together also. I'm going quickly so initially you can see the farm before introduction of our technologies, and now this is what they are getting with artificial fertilization. And also University of Sassari has expertise with online platforms, so they generated an AI-powered platform. So we trained farmers. This is one farmer now training the other farmers. You just take the app after enrolling, you go to your peanut farm, and you take a picture, and it will tell you how to control the disease. So we know today, with the many changes that have happened in Kenya, we have very few, what do you call this, extension officers. So now this smartphone acts as an extension officer. The farmer is able to just take a picture, and then a message is sent to our center at the university here that someone is trying to do this. So they will get an answer of what to do. In case they don't, they just send a message to us, and we see, and we advise them what to do. What we cannot do, we are also in collaboration with CalRO. We can escalate it, and then we get advice, and within a few hours, the farmer has a solution. So this is a case of an AI-powered solution that can replace an extension officer, and we are already using it for groundnut in Kenya. So you can see there are outcomes that you can touch. Are we together? Yes. So diseases can now be controlled. All those diseases are havoc in peanuts, in storage. If you store them in pig's bags, you will not even get those diseases. Yeah. So that is just experimentation of one of the postgraduate students with the pig bags. Then we also had, as a collaborator, remember the jigsaw with gaps, filling the gaps. So we had collaborators also. We had someone who does mechanization. Of course, they cannot afford those ones of Indians, but we had a local fabricator. I was looking for that word. Now, this fabricator can mix this for shelling the peanuts. Peanut work is very time-consuming. So now farmers like this, because they can sow their seeds with mechanization, they can do this, shell, and they can also make their peanut butter, and they can come to us for testing for aflatoxin here at Chiromo campus. Yeah, so we did this work also with the county government, and by the time we are living now, the two county governments of Kakamega and Kisumu and Siaya have already started, they call it peanut value chain platforms within the counties, so that now it remains a sustainable endeavor. So thank you very much, and thank you very much. It's okay? I hope I did not bore you.
That's not, maybe this that's Bridget. Oh, this is fine. Okay, sorry. Try to get you. Yes, yes. Okay, here is Bridget, yeah? Yeah, perfect. That's great, we got it. Where is it? It's already displayed, isn't it? Yes, definitely. Yeah. Introduce yourself, yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bridget Mutuma. I'm a research associate in the Department of Chemistry, University of Nairobi. I'm an ARISE grantee, so I'm going to share with you my journey with ARISE and what I've achieved so far. So the title is on Capacities for Science through the ARISE program. So I'll just introduce the program. This is a program by the Africa Academy of Sciences, which is funded by the European Union in partnership with the African Union. And the goal of this program was actually to build on AU-EU high-level policy dialogue on science, technology, and innovation. So the idea was to mimic what is in the European Research Council, especially when it comes to starting grants. How does a postdoc move from being a postdoc to an independent researcher? So this program was calling upon postdocs who want to be independent researchers to apply to establish their labs or their groups in Africa. So the objective of the program was to enhance capacities for emerging African research leaders, to strengthen institutional research management and support systems, and to support the generalization of cutting-edge research that contribute to transformation in Africa. So in this call, this was done back in 2021, the Africa Academy of Science called for several people to apply, and from this program they were able to choose 47 principal investigators from 38 countries. So there are some African countries that have got 2 ARISE fellows, and this is a grant that runs for 5 years, 500,000 euros to establish a lab and grow your research addressing the country's problem. So I am the only Kenyan who was funded through this ARISE 1 project. So my project is looking into plastic waste conversion to low-cost carbon nanoreactors for use in monitoring environmental pollutants and nanoplastics. So we all know plastic waste is a problem, but in Africa and Kenya, it's more eminent. And of the plastic that is generated, we only have 9% that is actually recycled, 12% incinerated, and 79% is disposed in landfills. And so it's projected we'll have more plastic in the ocean than fish by 2050. So my project looks into what happens with the plastic once it degrades. Because when you put it in the sunlight or through mechanical forces, it breaks down into microplastics or nanoplastics. So nanoplastic, you can take a piece of your air, divide it by 1,000,000, that's the size of the particle. And this has been found in the human placenta, human blood, human brain. There's a lot that is happening. And so the goal of the project to address SDG goals such as clean water and sanitation, good health and well-being, as well as sustainable cities and communities. So in this project, I was able to determine the amount of microplastics, for example, in Nairobi River and in Mombasa, which is still ongoing, so we are not done because it takes a lot of time. But what we've done with the materials we have already extracted is that we have repurposed them into nanomaterials, which is porous carbons and carbon nanotubes. And then from these, we're using it to actually clean water, remove pollutants, environmental pollutants, and nanoplastics. So some of the works involve repurposing of these to nanomaterials and also using semiconductors as sensors and photocatalysts for the degradation of these nanoplastics and other environmental pollutants. So in this project, when I got this grant, I didn't have a single equipment for this work. And so some of the things that this funding has made me able to do is, number one, be able to set up a material science and nanotechnology lab at the University of Nairobi, Chiromo campus. So if you have time, you can pay us a visit at the Chiromo campus. This is the first nanotechnology lab, so building upon infrastructure, not only at the University of Nairobi, but in Kenya. So it has got both synthesis equipment and several characterization equipment, which are not anywhere else in this country. Then we have looked into human capacity building. So through this project, I'm expected to train 4 master students and 2 PhD students to completion by the time it ends in 2027. But so far, I've had 2 of the master students who have graduated, and the other 2 master students ongoing and 3 PhD students ongoing. Through the issue of science advocacy, the idea for the Arise is how do you evolve? Because sometimes as postdocs, you can spend 10 years doing postdocs, one after the other, 2 years, forever. So they're trying to see how do you evolve from that to leading a team. And that calls for networking. So through this program, it has built my capability to network, not only locally, but also internationally, therefore raising the issue of science advocacy. And also looking into enhancing my scientific visibility and research publication. So at the beginning of the grant application, they needed to see 4 things. Number 1, what exactly, they looked at 4 main areas: global health, innovation and technology, capacities for science, and the other one was to do with artificial intelligence. So you have to fit in either 1 or 2 of these pillars, and then you need to show how you're going to set up whatever you want to set up, because you're growing something. So how do you set it up? What is the budget for it? How many students do you think you'll be able to train in that approach? And what are the impact that you will have? So you can have the lab and train, but what impact? This calls to you looking into what are the networks that you think you can achieve through this. So the criteria for this kind of grant is a bit different because it's an early career starting grant, more or less like the ERC starting grants, which is between 1 to 7 years of your PhD. So it needs to see that you have actually transitioned from being a PhD and postdoc to independent. That means you need to have published by yourself without your PhD supervisor or your postdoc supervisor to show that you can actually lead an area of research. So that's one of the key insight for that. Now from this platform that is given by the Africa Academy of Science, they partner with so many institutions because it's based in Kenya, but it represents the whole of Africa. So through their engagement with the French National Center for Scientific Research, they have several meetings, and one of the kind was catalyzing East Africa science through scientific partnership. And in this, they engage partners in different institutions to be able to see if they can collaborate and network and work together. And through this meeting, they then, there are calls that are made towards, if you want to collaborate, can you then see if you're able to actually build a proposal and work towards that. So through these, I've been able to find a collaborator, for example, in France, and be able to, we are working on how we can partner together, but this is made possible through the ARISE program and the CNRS. So it's just a platform to grow from where you are to becoming an independent researcher. So this mobility was made possible by the French Embassy here in Kenya, and I can say that indeed it has been very instrumental because of the skills that you learn, especially learning from an established ERC researcher, learning to see how to manage your research better, how to grow and evolve into science policy development as an early career researcher. And this is one of the key highlights for this project. So while I was there, the Africa Academy of Science is actually in partnership with the European Research Council for a RISE 2 initiative. I don't know the information about when they'll make the call, but this shows there are also other opportunities now for people who want to also pursue funding opportunities, not only from early career, but also consolidated, so that through the Africa Academy of Science, you can be able to actually enhance your research here in Africa. So some of the relevance and the impacts of this project so far is it's building on the agenda for building capacities for science and innovation and technology, which addresses AU-EU innovation agenda, as well as the high-level policy dialogue on science, technology, and innovation. It also contributes to human capacity building while boosting research infrastructure, but at the same time addressing a real problem, which is plastic waste and how to solve it using nanotechnology. It also encourages the development of methods of effective plastic waste management as well as nanotechnology development policies in sub-Saharan Africa. So we have got the nanotechnology policy that says that we'll have a nanotechnology institute here in Kenya by 2030, but I'm not sure how far we are at. So that means this project can actually enhance in terms of building the policy capacity for that to occur. However, of course, there are innovative products coming from this because we engage the community. We go to Mombasa, we get the water, and you have to engage all the people who are dealing with the boats, select the few so that you're able to get the information for the microplastic. So in this, you need a lot of more funding for the products that will emanate from this work. And I believe that the Horizon Europe, this is a great opportunity, and this is one of the great things I like about these workshops, because you learn all these calls, and I'm looking forward to applying for now, moving from starting to consolidate it for the Horizon Europe. So I just put forward 5 things that I think are very important for excellence in research and innovation. I consider it like playing golf. You're just learning from a beginner to an expert. You have to practice and practice. And you're playing, there's a short distance, I don't know the correct terms, there's the long distance. You need to, each requires its own approximation technique. That's the same thing with the grants, in my view. But you need your research work to be very innovative, to have the multidisciplinary approach. That means you can't work alone. You need to work across faculties, across institutions, looking into international cooperation, because some of the facilities, especially in nanotechnology, they are not yet here in Africa and in Kenya. So you need to partner with institutions internationally to grow your capacity. Then you have to engage the community, because whatever you develop will be used in the society. It will not be used in the lab only. So community engagement. And the last one, which is the most important one, is resilience. Especially for young researchers, you need to be very resilient. You get a no, you start again. You get another no, you start again. Plus mentorship. You need to find mentors that can actually mentor you in the direction that you want to go to. For example, here we have Professor Sheila Okoth. She's done a lot. I think it's important to look into mentorship. Who can you look into? Who can you approach to mentor you to be a better person? Yeah. I think that's all I have to offer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Anwashira. No, Bridget Mutuma. So we are still moving on, almost there. I think I would like to welcome Dr. Ann.
It's good to mention that the lunch is.
Yeah, also, we had a program of going for lunch, but it's not yet ready, so that's why we just have to extend a bit. Yeah, sorry for that. Thank
Yeah, just
use this. Okay. Hi everyone. So my name is Ann Washera. I work in the Strathmore University School of Computing and Engineering Sciences. I'm actually a University of Nairobi alumni. That's what I did my undergrad. I did my undergrad here. So I'm an engineer and I do research on electricity systems. I'll speak a bit about the work that we've done and the projects that we've run. Yep. So this is our Horizon Europe footprint. It's, when I say our, this is the School of Engineering rather than the entire university. The entire university has a lot of sub-departments, research on healthcare and different things, and there's different people working on that. So we have projects on renewable energy systems and hydrogen, green hydrogen. There's a bit of focus that we've been going into, which is tech in energy and digitalization. And then there is electric cooking. That's a huge focus of ours. And there's open source energy modeling. So there is our experience from participation. So there is, we've been able to, build quite a significant number of partnerships. For example, we have had work package leaderships, co-coordination, and coordination of a project. I think you've had the project called LIPRI mentioned, long-term EU-AU partnership in renewable energy. We've been participants from 2017. So under that, the project it's a program actually with projects inside, and we've led one project on electric cooking. It's called Purams, which we were developing a solar electric cooker. And then we've also done a bit of work on, it's called Zetadisma. I'm going to speak a bit about it later. And then there is coordination. We've been part of the coordination organization, like the management board of the program. And then finally, there's also a geothermal project. So we did a map of geothermal systems on the continent. So this, in general, what it really helped us in terms of learning how to do financial reporting, ethics compliance, and impact tracking. As a team that's very young, if you've noticed, I'm relatively young for the ecosystem. We're trying to build our capacities in research in renewable energy systems. So there's also scaling our governance capacity. So because overseeing multinational projects like the Purams one, which was Mozambique, Kenya, I think we had Portugal and also Spain. So overseeing multinational projects also like improves your capacity to do more of the same. So more experience from participation. So we've had other projects, like I mentioned, Zetadisma, which is mini-grid digitalization, and then One Planet, which is water, energy, food nexus. That's the intersection of water, energy, and food for localized energy resource and demand assessments. So what this just means is trying to see the applicability of technologies that have been developed elsewhere, or even just improving the technologies that have been developed elsewhere for contextualization on the continent. So there's been like a lot of, for us, exposure to leading methodologies to enhance, which has enhanced our ability to contextualize and apply different things within the African environment. A very important thing is, out of all this, we've been able to develop our machine learning and AI capabilities, and we're kind of working to set up our machine learning and energy machine learning and energy systems laboratory. So contribution to AU-EU research innovation agenda. We were in Brussels actually 2 weeks ago, and part of that is being part of the ecosystem where like the decisions are being made, the contributions, so that in short, to make sure that when the priorities are being set, the interests and the context of the continent are actually included. So it's very important to also like be part of this process, because as Africans, it also gives us an in into what we can kind of into the ecosystem, so that we are also able to like set the agenda. So participation outcomes for us. We have a solar clean cooking prototype that we developed and tested, and I think we are currently in discussion with other organizations on how we can, because we did it in Kenya and Rwanda, how we can actually adopt them, Kenya, Rwanda, and Mozambique, how we can move the adaptation into other African countries. There's Smart Mini-Grid Digitalization Tool, that's a project called Zetadisma, and all of these are different projects. So 1, 2, and 3 are under LIPRI. Like I said, it's a project of projects. Then there is African Geothermal Resource Mapping Tool. So we were mapping geothermal sources in the country, both all the way from low enthalpy, that's really low energy content, to like the really high enthalpy ones. And then there is Green Hydrogen Transition Roadmap and Policy Framework. It's called Just Green. This one contributed highly to Kenya's Green Hydrogen report, Green Hydrogen Strategy. And then there is Open Source Modeling Framework. This is a modeling tool for water, energy, food ecosystems. And then we also led the development of the Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning Framework for LIPRI, and also part of our team, given that we'd spent quite a bit of time in the ecosystem, were part of the training of the other African partners on financial reporting. And I think overall, there's been development of materials for training students, researchers, policymakers, and just quite an amount of content that we've developed that's currently housed in the university for use inside, for use for training students and also like capacity building of researchers. Other outcomes is one of the things that we've learned, and also we've kind of, I'm an engineer, so we tend to focus a lot on the technical. So one of the things that these projects help people like me who like are very, very heavy on building innovations and stuff is learning how to contextualize your work in a societal perspective. So most of the projects that I've ended up working on, we always try and ensure that there's inclusion and mentorship of women and youth, just ensuring that the developed innovations and are done in such a way that there's local empowerment. And then the findings for us, we work closely with the regulator. So for us, it's we work very closely with Kenya Bureau of Standards and the energy regulator EPRA to try and provide policy information and contextualization using the outputs of the research that we've done. And then at an institutional level, this has strengthened our grant writing and research management capacity, enhanced our competitiveness and credibility in the other calls, and then also we've had quite a number of strengthened partnerships, so much that these days if we see a call, it's just a case of emailing another partner and asking, hey, are you interested in doing this? So part of the joining a call, even if, like what I encourage everyone here is that even if let's say you join a call and the amount of money that you're getting is not that much, just the participation is extremely crucial, because then it introduces you to a larger network that you can reach out to whenever you see a call. Like I saw the Euraxis one, and I thought, oh, one of my colleagues in Germany might be applying, and I texted her, and she happens to actually be applying, so I put her in contact with a colleague of mine. There is also, for us, for legacy, there's been sustained, we have a sustenance of like research networks, so we have like really, really large research networks that we're part of around the world. And then there's also like ongoing proposals out of the things, so it's kind of, you finish a project and then you realize, okay, there's this thing that we can actually apply for from another funder. So there's been a lot of cascade in terms of you get this project, it cascades into the next one, it cascades into the next one. And one of them is, I currently have commercialized one of my research projects. It's called SunSafe. So SunSafe is a sizing tool for solar systems, and that's kind of one of the outcomes of one component of LIPRI kind of cascaded into it. So if you'll have any questions about that, my website will be at the end of this presentation. You can just look me up, and then there's more details on SunSafe there. So what are the challenges? The main challenges is, as you heard, LIPRI is quite a large consortium, and we're part of the program management board. So LIPRI has 84 partners, actually. Yeah, LIPRI has 84 partners. That's quite a number of different partners, and from all over the continent and from all over Europe and the continent too. So there is managing and coordinating large multicultural consortia comes with its own challenges. I think one of the things that I learned is that mannerisms are very different. The things that I consider rude sometimes will be rude, it will be like okay for someone else, and the things that someone else considers rude will be something that I do on the day-to-day. So there's a lot of like context, contextualization of the relationships And that happens slowly. So over time, you kind of learn these are the norms in different places. So there's adaptation to evolving cool priorities. So there's someone who said, I think the professor here said, you need to not dream up some of your problems. So sometimes you will have the right problem, but you need to find the point where your problem and the goal intersect. So you might want to do something, it's extremely amazing, but then there's like one line somewhere in the call which tweaks your idea in a certain way. You should be quite flexible in being able to do that. Otherwise, there'll be sometimes you'll have, for example, the example I'd give is policy impact. A lot of times, the kind of policy impact you might want to look for might not be the exact one that the call is asking for. So crafting competitive proposals under tight deadlines, it tends to be that people will form consortia way in advance. This is why reaching out through the platforms that the URAC system is giving you is important, because then you kind of form the consortia way in advance the moment you see the call. If you're looking for a partner 2 months to go, a lot of times for Horizon projects, the people who were already applying have been doing that for the last, 5 months or so. So it's important for you to start looking for partners quite early. Then competing priorities given budgetary constraints, balancing scientific outcomes and policy impact, and I'd even say innovation can sometimes be competing. So you need to be willing to figure out which component of your proposal you're willing to, let's say, reduce, and so that you improve another one or something like that, or what you're willing to co-finance. So co-financing is a very, very important component in the event that you think there's something extremely important, but you don't think you'll be able to cover it under the budget. So we normally try and co-finance whatever it is that falls under that category. And then there's navigating complex structures in the digital platforms. It takes quite a bit of getting used to. So if you get in there and you're not quite sure where you're clicking and all this different stuff, please note that it takes time. It took me like 2 years to finally be comfortable with the platform. And one very, very crucial thing is sometimes I'm having a conversation with someone and they tell me something about the Horizon calls, and sometimes I'm like, that's not true. So I would say, please use the EU platforms as your core source of information, because I have been told by people things here and then. I'm like, have you checked the platform to actually, because I think all the information is there, if I'm not wrong. Yes, because there's a lot of misinformation sometimes when you're working with people in networks. Oh no, this is how you do it. Just feel free, always make sure that you check online to make sure that what you're being told is actually accurate. So best practices, you should align, don't just apply. Map your idea to the Horizon Europe Work Program priorities. Read destinations policy intents, not just the topic. And read continental roadmaps like Agenda 2063. For us, for climate change and sustainable energy, there's something called the CCSE roadmap. There's outputs of documents from something called the HLPD, High Level Policy Dialogue. It's important that you know, and the call text will tend to have the links that you should look at. It's extremely important that you actually look at the links that are inside the call text for contextualized documents. But it's also important that you find out something like Agenda 2063, if you're in the climate change space, it just makes sense. You should actually look at it whether or not the call, because that's like the African Union priority document. And then there is write for the reviewers, not just for yourself. Follow the official structure, that's extremely important. Use plain language and visuals to show system logic, and quantify your outcomes. This is extremely important because you can write a very, very good document, but your outcomes are not properly quantified. I've had a call that we applied for where we got feedback that they could not really tell what the gender component was. Meanwhile, we had like a massive gender component on training women, but because we didn't include that in the outcomes, it ended up not counting when the reviewers were working on it. And then build a smart consortium, diversify in function. That's extremely important, and geography. Make sure you check which geographies have been requested for. So if they've said 2 African partners, 2 EU partners, make sure that you you know, 2 African partners from different countries, just make sure that that is actually one of the things that has been provided in your response. Then there is demonstrate sustainability and capacity. So you should plan policy uptake, business models, training pipelines, open access data sharing. This is especially if you're in the crowd and you're thinking of energy projects. This is extremely, extremely important. So our context here is, as you're reading this, is energy. Then demonstrate links to existing institutional assets, such as letters of support. We've found that this is very useful. So if you work with government partners and all these other organizations, try and have them draft like a letter of support to actually say that this is useful from a policy perspective, because that's actually a bigger, let's say, policy support to show that, okay, this will actually go into national documentation or national interests. Yep. Then use your experience to show credible track record. If you do not have experience, if you're from a big university, there's someone in your university who has quite the track record. That's where the mentorship comes in. Please make sure that you talk to them. And then use tools and networks, the funding and tenders portal, join communities. Lipari, for example, has an online community that you can use to connect. I think I'll add the link here before you share out the presentation. I've just realized I didn't do that. And then create proposal clinics. So once you start the proposal, please have scheduled proposal check-ins. So small group reviews where participants refine different sections together. It's extremely important to do that. Don't just give one person the application to write and then all of you forget. It tends to be quite a hectic job and it needs multiple input from multiple directions. So summary is, in terms of finding partners, early engagement with potential partners in workshops and other environments. So workshops like these ones, but I'd say if you're part of a project and maybe you're not the PI and the PI is attending different workshops or something like that, please, I would encourage you highly to ask if you can join them or if you can attend online, because the attendance kind of teaches you quite a bit. There are things that you can only learn by being present. So once a project is running, kindly just make sure that your presence is felt, because there's always this, especially for the technical people, the engineers and all this. I'm just doing my, I'm in my lab, or I'm doing my installations. So when it comes to those other things, there's someone else who's dealing with it. I highly encourage you to not do that. Try and be present and look at, like how people are interacting, and try and interact with people and network with them so that you get into the ecosystem a bit more solidly. And then there is talk to people and tell them what you do. I feel like scientists really struggle with this a lot of times. You should know. You can just Google me, yeah, right? So try and make it a habit to tell people what you do. Don't make an assumption. For example, I think I had someone talk about, there was someone who's talking about food systems. I think there's sometimes we're making up like applications for food systems and we don't have like the scientists in the food system network. Now that I know what they do, I'll probably talk to them. So it's always extremely important that you tell people what you do. Then for evaluation, prioritize research quality and impact, and I'll kind of underline impact there. Impact is extremely important. I think there's an assumption that people make sometimes that, impact, the project is impactful, so I don't need to state that it's impactful. Please do not do that. Make sure you explain why your project has impact. Don't make an assumption that someone already sees the impact, because sometimes it needs to be explicitly stated. And then ensure alignment with EU-AU priorities. Like I said, please make sure that the documents that you're referencing are especially the ones on the EU-AU that have content on EU-AU ecosystem. That's like the CCSE roadmap. I'll keep coming back to that for the climate change and sustainable energy ecosystem. And then ensure implementation capacity is evident. Again, leave nothing unsaid. If you can say something in one line, make sure you say it. So don't leave things unsaid, or they'll just see. Yes, implementation capacity can be in the form of CVs, but you can also like summarize sometimes and say, this is why each of these people is here. And then application success, what we've had, given we've had what, around 5-6 Horizon projects on energy alone. So successful applications for us were the ones that were able to link science to society. So energy access, that's now the technical stuff, and then gender equality and social inclusion, and then policy improvement. So we always make sure that for all our projects, all those three things make an appearance. And then and include sustainability. So sustainability is not in the format sustainable energy. It's to say what happens after the project is done. Are you just asking for money and then the project closes and you're off to do something else? Or do you have a plan for after the project? Or what do you think? Maybe an example would be we'll launch a training course with this. And the training course will probably give us, I don't know, 50,000 shillings per trainee or something. It's very, very important that you try and think about sustainability of what you're proposing beyond the grant application duration, and make sure to include it in your proposal. That's it for me. The department I work for, that I manage, is called UNESCO Chair in Strathmore, and that's my personal website if you want to learn a bit more about me.
Okay, good afternoon. The lunch is ready, but I think before lunch, if you have, I think, a couple of questions would be okay to entertain. We can still continue while we are having our lunch as well. But if you have any burning questions to Dr. Lauren or all of previous presenters, you are welcome.
All right, I'll be very brief. Mumbiko Kingori is my name. I come from the Youth Cafe, a youth-led and youth-serving think tank. Mine is a brief comment. We are part of the Africa-Europe Innovation Platform, and we are developing the playbook, which will be a one guide for young innovation. So if you have a great innovation, we are beneficiaries actually of this one. And good to see you, Dr. We were together in Brussels. So if you have, or you know of a young person who have done a marvelous innovation that is driving and is causing impact, kindly get in touch with us from the Youth Cafe. Thank you very much, and good presentation and a good event.
One more. It's very difficult just in between lunch. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Caroline Kabaria with the African Population and Health Research Center. For the Africa Initiative 4, what will be the limits per grant? What will be the timelines? How long are the grants? And is there a limit per institution in terms of the grant funding? And can you give us hints on the topic?
As it is part of the same program, Horizon Europe, so the rules will remain the same in terms of type of funding, duration. There is no limit. You already got several grants. You were on the chart. I didn't mention you, but I think you're in top 5. So you can apply, there's no limit. But I cannot tell you really about the topics because I have not seen the full list. I know a few of them, but it will not be that relevant. But you can consider, as it is 2 years of budget, and just looking at the previous Africa Initiative 3, where for 1 year budget we had 24 topics, 500 million euro earmarked. in all areas. There was one topic on generative AI for Africa, looking at specific languages and data sets. There were topic in health, there were topic in climate, in energy, agriculture. So some will be, again, platforms that we want to continue. So bringing together the stakeholders, the funders, to share information, disseminate the outcomes, but also identify the needs for further investment. And then some are very specific topics. And I really cannot give you and I'm not allowed anyway. So it is being filmed, so I will not start giving you a list because in Europe we have not done that communication. So, but we call it inter-service consultation is going on. So there is a draft that is being discussed with all services. It's being discussed with the member states. So it may change a little bit, but normally it's 95% there. And so some are being put for people to start preparing. So it's, but I'm not, as an official, allowed to tell you precisely where this information is. And stay tuned. I think we don't know exactly when is the publication date officially. It will be either towards the end of the year or early next year, very early next year. And it will be for 2 years budget, so the deadlines will be spread. Some will be by the summer, some will be the year after. So, and we will start a campaign as soon as we have more clarity on the time of publication. We will do online, as we have done for Africa Initiative 3, in English, in French, different languages. And there will be some specific call by my colleagues for specific areas where they do webinars, and also an opportunity to meet partners. Usually it's hybrid. And we will do also events in countries. We will probably come back to Kenya early next year. Okay, I think there is a question in the very back, and then we'll go for lunch. Very back. Oh, yeah, go ahead. And then in the very back, and then we go for lunch.
Oh, thank you, Laurent. It was nice meeting you in Kampala last week on our AI meeting for Arua Centers of Excellence. My name is Fred Bukachi from University of Nairobi College of Health Sciences, also director of Arua Center of Excellence for Non-Communicable Diseases. A quick question. I lead a consortium of large number of universities here on the continent, and now more recently with the Guild universities, almost 23 of them. And so getting partners for us is very easy for most applications. Most of my partners have participated in these applications before, Erasmus Plus, and more recently, the Horizon. But we have a new problem in the last 2 years. Most universities in Europe are unwilling to take leadership in the applications and preferring to use consultants to write applications, which we find very strange. Is there something that is going on that we need to know if you're aware? That's my question. Thank you.
Maybe we'll take the last question. And well, we want the funding to go to the research, right? That's now, okay. Because of the consortia. Please, go ahead.
I would like to thank very much the Horizon Europe for organizing for this workshop. And I think I'm one of those people who is really benefited from this workshop and the presentations we have had this morning. Now, from the 2 or 3 beneficiaries of these grants, most of them are technological, science-oriented, and energy, innovation, and plastic waste and all that. I was just wondering, another question has been answered here, has been asked by him, so I wouldn't like to repeat that, but I was just wondering, I belong to psychology, and I've not seen anybody who has benefited from the field of psychology, and how exactly we can fit into Horizon Europe if we came up with very, very practical kind of research that can do a lot of impact, because we realize that at the moment we have a lot of mental health issues that are affecting people globally across the world, and more especially Kenya. So my question is, how can we as psychologists, counseling, and those with mental health fit into Horizon Europe? Thank you. Sister Dr. Anne Lucy from the Cooperative University of Kenya. I'm a faculty member in the Department of Psychology. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I can ask also the people who give testimonials that want to help me answer that last question. But I will answer and I will come back to the one before. We say that because those consortia are multidisciplinary, multi-country, we want to involve the social sciences and humanities. So for many topics, it will be even stated in the core that expertise on psychology or other broader social sciences and humanities will be required to. So if you are, for instance, on artificial intelligence, there is a lot of psychology about understanding how this will be penetrating the different arenas, are the issues, how do we anticipate those issues. So you need not just the hard sciences, you need also to bring people from the social sciences as part. So that's one, and I'm sure the project we heard before, it's not just art science, technology engineers. There are people, if you look at the different ways of slow cooking. Help me. I'm sure in some of your project you will have expertise from other disciplines. And then we have special clusters, which is mentioned on the creative industries and cultural aspects and governance and democracy. And there, it's most of the funding goes to social science and humanities researchers. Plus, in the Pillar 1, which is fully open, I mean, you can apply with either for the doctoral networks or for the staff exchange, and you can apply in people working in similar fields. You don't need to cooperate with the engineers. But maybe give an example, if any of this project you also have participation from other disciplines.
Yes, so all our projects actually have participation from other disciplines. We, like I said, gender studies people especially, we have a lot of work that we do with them. We also extensively work with our humanities department, because for example, if you're doing anything that requires design thinking, they tend to have like the professionals, the sociologists, I forget their name. So if you're doing an electric cooker, I know how to develop the cooker. I don't know how to make sure that the woman in the market actually finds it useful. So we normally we'll develop it, then it will be piloted by the sociology team, and then they'll kind of give us feedback, and it's a feedback loop like that. So you don't really have to just participate in the core ones, the ones that are just humanities-centric or social-centric. You can also look for the engineers, because we always need the, let's say, non-technical ecosystem to actually join us in calls. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. Now going back to the question, because those projects are large, complex to set up, and the proposal require mentioning a number of different components, there are people who have specialized, and companies who have specialized in writing. But we don't really encourage the scientists to use their services. Most of them actually are paid on success, so you don't have to pay them if the proposal doesn't go through. And we don't, the funding is not normally clearly allocated to them, because it's a service for helping in the preparation. So on this, it's we don't recommend using those services, but we cannot forbid you. You mentioned the conference in Kampala. I met another Center of Excellence and cluster leader who wrote himself the application. He's from Europe, to one of the topics that is now closed. So it's obviously still possible, you know, for scientists, even if you're busy with many responsibilities, if you have the idea of what would be a good proposal, you can at least make a first go and get some other people to help you. I think there was a good recommendation to have people reading the proposal in order to improve it and putting themselves in the evaluator position, looking at whether you really looking at the call description and the proposal and looking whether you are trying to address all the criteria in a very convincing way. So I hope I answer your question. I'm surprised that most of your partners really don't want to write, don't want to coordinate, because coordinating still puts you in a position of not really power, because you need to respect the work of everybody and distribute it, but you get visibility and you get recognition for that work. But it's true that for scientists who just want to do science, being a coordinator of a project is not always very attractive, and that's all I can say. But again, we can maybe, Tana, do you get that comment from people who like nobody wants to coordinate because it's too complicated? They just want to be a partner?
Unfortunately, I didn't hear about that. It's some new information from.
No, but I'm aware for many years there have been companies specializing in helping consortia write a proposal and ask funding. Normally it's only in case of success. So they pick also the consortia. They will only work with groups who they feel have a chance to get the grant, so they will get some money from some return on the time they spend. That's what I want to say, but I don't think it's well, maybe I'm wrong. I'm based in Addis, so I'm not so much in contact with the people writing proposals.
Yeah, please join me thanking Dr. Laure and all these morning presenters.
And it's not finished. We go for lunch, and then we come back at what time? Because
2:30.
2:30.
At least we used to have 1 hour.
So for those online, 2:30, we start again. See you then.
Just in front.
the science counselor, Fabio Santini, Dr. Fabio Santini, who will give a short presentation to show that beyond the European program that we presented, there are a number of programs by individual European member states that also contribute to boost the cooperation between Kenya and these different countries in Europe. So Dr. Fabio is coordinating the group. They meet regularly to exchange information about their activities, so he has accepted to speak on behalf of the EU member states. So please, Dr. Fabio, the floor is yours.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Laurent, for the introduction. So I'll go directly to the content of the presentation. This will not be an exhaustive presentation of all the possibility offered by single member states for scientific cooperation in Kenya. It's just a very quick overview. And in this presentation, we will only cover 6 member states. And you see the list here, they are in strictly alphabetic order. There is no ranking in the order. So we'll have Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, Hungary, and Sweden. We start with Belgium. You see there are 5 institutions in Belgium that are funding research, mobility, and opportunities for collaboration. The first one is the Belgian Science Policy Institution, who is the national institution for research and innovation. Then there are also other 2 regional institutions that support research. They are for the region of Flanders and Wallonia. All of these support research in various manners, like you can have mobility programs, you can have research programs, you can have short exchange on both ways, for Belgian experts to be in Kenya and for Kenyan experts to be in Belgium. Then there is the 4th institution, who is mostly focused on innovation, so they mostly encourage development from research to market, to business, so mostly startup or applied research. And the last one, the Federal Public Service on Health, is mostly focused on food security, food safety, so animal health, plant health. If that is the subject of your work, that's the institution to be in contact with. Then we go to France. Sorry, this will be just a very quick overview, as was said, so I encourage you to take note and then go and see the details, either you contact the embassies or you look at the websites. So France, we start with the program offered by the Embassy of France for PhD scholarships. There were 18 PhD scholarships funded in 2025. Some are fully funded, some are partially funded, and some are for PhD student mobility in French institutions. For the 2026, for next year, it seems there will be a small reduction in budget, but I think the program is still active, so you see the contact of the embassy in case you want to get more information on these PhD programs. Then France has a long-standing partnership with Kenya through the National Research Foundation, NRF. They have this program called Pamoja. I think I don't need to explain you what Pamoja means. It's a program for joint research projects. The amount given is about 20,000 euros per project, and now the 5th edition of this program is ongoing, and the next edition is going to be prepared. It will be out, if I'm not wrong, next year. There is no specific topic. All the topics are welcome. So I heard before that our colleagues from the science, from social science or humanities, they feel represented. In this case, all the fields are open. Then there is a specific fund from Team France Fund. It's called Fund Equipe France, which is mostly a developing funding, mostly focusing on agriculture, on health and forest management. And this is this program was quite big. You see 1 million euro per program roughly. And then again, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the NZE Engineering and Science Complex that is funded by France here at University of Nairobi in Chiromo campus. This is a 35 million euros program, 30 million on loan and 5 million on grant. And in addition to the infrastructure, in addition to the building and the excellence of the Center of Excellence, there will be also programs for women in STEM and also in developing a joint curriculum between France and Kenya. Let me conclude this presentation on France by saying that there are 4 research institutions, French research institutions represented here in Nairobi. You see the list here, CNRS, CIRAD, IRD, and Science Po. They have a representation office in Nairobi. It means if you want to get in contact with them, there is a representative physically present here in Nairobi to establish connection with France. And then there is one regional actual research unit from IFRA. They, as far as I know, they mostly deal with social science. They are actually also developing research here in Kenya. Then there are other funding opportunities connected with the French research institutions. Of course, the Erasmus program, and also there are French institutions who support in writing, in preparing the Horizon Europe applications. We discussed extensively this in the morning. It's very sometimes it's very complicated to prepare these proposals, so there is these public agencies that support the development of these proposals. Okay, with this we finish with France, and then we go to Germany. Germany is very well known worldwide for being a very center of innovation, a country who is fostering research and development. We see here some numbers. For example, there are more than 17,000 patents every year from German institutions. There are more than 28,000 research companies. There are more than 100 public research centers. So really Germany is very active in this field, as you all know. And what is interesting to us here is their international projection. You see that there are more than 30,000 international researchers supported by German institutions. And most of this activity is done by 3 institutions in Germany. The Alexander von Humboldt, if anybody of you speaks German, I excuse myself for the pronunciation. Then you have the German Academic Exchange Service, DAD, we will speak more about them. And then this Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, sorry, we will also speak briefly about them later. So the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation is supporting scientists. I think there is also a representative here in Kenya, here in Nairobi, so you can find more information about them. I will speak more extensively about DAD, the German academic international institution. They have 57 regional offices worldwide, and one is here in Nairobi, in Upper Hill. If you're not familiar with them, I encourage you to visit them. They offer mostly doctoral programs in different ways. One, the most simple way is you apply for a PhD program in Germany as a foreign citizen, and they provide support for your activity in Germany. Or again, at PhD level, you can have a binationally supervised program in which let's say roughly half of the work is done in Germany, half of the work in Kenya. And there are specific agreements for this kind of PhD programs. And then you can also have research grants in Germany for PhD students that are having their PhD here in Kenya. They have a period of study in Germany, or also postdocs, they can have a period of study in Germany. So here you see the application requirements for all of these three type of scholarships. I don't go through all of them. I just want to point out that the work that is done, that is foreseen in Kenya in a research program, is not funded by the German institution. So they only fund what the research done in Germany, but not if you need some field research here in Kenya, it's not supported. Then there is also support for academicians, for senior lecturers, let's say not PhD or postdocs. They can, of course, upon agreement with the German institutions, they can get support to be in Germany for short staying up to 3 months, from 2 weeks up to 3 months. And if you have been in Germany before, there is also a special program for experts or researchers who have been in Germany for at least 6 months. They have a special program to be back, let's say, in Germany. The last institution, which I don't even try to say again, is present in 6 countries, mostly Northern Europe and US countries. They are not present in Kenya, but in case you have connection in one of those countries, maybe you can get also support through this foundation. So in conclusion, for Germany, here you find the contacts for DAD here in Nairobi, and I encourage you to get directly in contact with them. Or there was also a website indicated before for the funding. All the funding opportunities you see here in red is funding guide.de, and all the information is given there. So we finish with Germany, we go to Hungary. Hungary has a very large program internationally supporting mostly exchange of students and experts. It's called Stipendium Hungaricum Scholarship. They are active since 2013, and they are very active also here in Kenya, where you see that there are 200 positions every year for scholarship to study at different level, bachelor, master's, and PhD. This scholarship covers fully all the expenses that you have in Hungary, and also health insurance and everything. So all the expenses are covered under this scholarship. I encourage again to get in contact directly with Education Hungary for the details. And you see that the application period is from 15th of November to 15th of January, so the call should be coming out shortly. Here just an overview of all the many partnerships that Hungarian institutions have worldwide and with Kenya. Erasmus Plus, of course, is their main reference, not only within Europe, but also with Africa in this case. And then I just want to point out that there is an agreement with the University of SEC, with the Kenyatta University, and then another agreement with the University of Nairobi that you can read the details in the slide. And so in conclusion, the Hungarian institutions are very open to establish collaboration institutionally. Sorry, I just want to go back very quickly to the scholarship for Kenya. I forgot a very important detail. The application for these scholarships is not done in Hungary, but is done through the Ministry of Education here in Kenya. So the call and the procedure to apply, of course, you get the information from Education Hungary, but it's done through the Ministry of Education in Kenya. Sorry, it was a detail that I forgot to mention. So on the institutional side, there is opportunity for having institutional cooperation through Memorandum of Understanding. The Hungarian institutions are well open to establish this kind of collaboration. So we finish with Hungary and we go to Italy. There are several schemes of funding for research mobility, mostly. For research mobility, you don't need to necessarily be a staff. You know that most of research mobility programs require, first of all, you need to be a staff in some academic or research institution. We do accept also individual application, as long as there is a counterpart in Italy that, of course, is ready to support your research. And this is mostly focused on short-term mobility, 10 days. Then there are research programs for PhD students or postdocs under supervision in Italy. These can go up to 9 months. And then, of course, normal PhD programs in which the scholarship is given for attending a PhD program in Italy. Here you see the contact, myself, fabiosantoni.esteri.it, and our Institute of Culture, iacnairobi.esteri.it. Very few details about these programs. This short mobility program that I was mentioning, up to 10 days, usually the call is out in April, and you can apply until July, but the mobility must happen before November 15, because you need to have time to provide evidence that the trip was done, and also have a report on the research program that you developed. And you will not get the funding before leaving, but after leaving. So your work will be evaluated, and then you will get refunded your expenses up to 3,000 euros. Then this is a research project under academic supervision. If you are a PhD student or a postdoc, you can contact an institution in Italy and submit a proposal for your research that maybe you are already developing in Kenya, but you need some further insights for any reason in Italy. Then you can submit, first of all, get in contact with an Italian institution who can host you while you are in Italy. And then you can apply with a letter from this institution, you can apply for this scholarship, which provides up to 9 months of stay in Italy. And then this is just, if you want to apply for a PhD program in Italy as a Kenyan citizen, there is the opportunity, and there are some scholarships available through the Institute of Culture for this. Let me conclude by, just as a quick overview, there was a program funded by the Italian government last year, mostly on, we call this transnational education program, but within the education you can also have some established contact for future research programs. Now, the way the program is structured is aimed at building networks of universities. So we don't target single universities or single countries, but many universities in many countries. As an example, here you see the program Wagon to Africa, who involved more than 60 universities in East Africa and more than 10 universities in Italy. And you see all the countries that are involved there, and I choose this program because the focal point for the program in East Africa is Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And then you see the other program, Afia Moja, you see it's spread all over Africa. There is not a specific region, and also in Italy is very spread. So the way it works is that it supports short mobility programs for Italian experts to come in Kenya, and from Kenyan experts and students to be in Italy. So this call is already closed. I don't know if it will be renewed in 2026. Most likely it will be, but I have no indications on the possible dates. With this, we conclude Italy, and we go quickly to Sweden. Sweden has a large program for students, university students at bachelor and master's level. The PhD programs are mostly seen as a job opportunity, so they are announced on different channels, not on the academic one. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for Sante Sana for listening. I'm not sure I can answer the question in case there are, because these are specific to specific countries. Of course, if you have questions on Italy, I'm sure I should be able to answer, or if you have any other question, I can forward to the colleagues. Okay, I don't see. Oh, there is a question. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I just had one question on when it comes to research mobility and also postdoc positions in different universities, especially across Europe and maybe other countries. Now, sometimes after applying for that, they insist that you must give, during application process, you must give a professor who is ready to work with you in the postdoc. And maybe this is first-time application, and you have no idea of the professors there, but when you check online or in the internet on the professors who are there, some of the links or the emails they give do not go through. So you are not able to speak to any professor, you're not able to speak to any person who can give you a lead so that you can put the name of the professor there during applications of the postdoc programs. So I don't know what we can do for us who are this other side, because we may not have the links or we may not have the names of people within the specializations that we could be applying for. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your question. I agree that maybe it's not really structured. This information is not available in a structured way on our websites. But I'm sure every single country has their own program. Now I can only speak for Italy. First of all, you can contact the embassy. Now I'm there full time exactly for this reason. And just last week, I created a connection for. Actually, it was a strange situation. There was a Kenyan citizen who was in Italy, but he needed to have a connection in Kenya, but through an Italian institution. So the embassy is ready to help in this, to find the connections in Italy. I'm sure also the other embassies are available to provide this kind of information. And also, again, for Italy, there is a website which is called Study in Italy, where you can find all the academic programs given in Italy, so you can filter them through the discipline or through the faculty and easily find where the specific topic in Italy is taught or there is research on that. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mariam Swale from Technical University of Mombasa. So a question is about age limit. So I saw for PhD is 30, and for I think postdoc was 40. Sometimes that's a challenge, especially for women, because sometimes you have to take a break to have children, take care of them, or maybe you started studying late. So apart from that, like is that very strict, or is something that can be considered?
Again, I can speak for Italy. I think the requirement is very strict. I don't know why there is this restriction, but it is there, unfortunately, and there's no way we can, if there is that limit is there. But for the short-term mobility of 10 days, I understand it's just 10 days, but for that one there is no age limit. So maybe you can, at least at the beginning, use that one to see what's there.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Masika Eric from Kenyatta University. Thank you so much for the presentation. Just a quick one on the language. Most of these countries' language is not, English is not the first language of instruction. Is there a level of English or language proficiency for the country apart from English, or you can join with my English? Thank you.
Yeah, all over Europe there are programs taught in English, completely in English, or in all countries. You have programs in the country language, but you also have programs that are fully in English. These at bachelor and master's level. But when you go to PhD, of course, everybody speaks English, and there's no barrier in that sense. Also, if you are a scholar, you are already in an institution, English works all over Europe, there's no problem. So maybe for everyday life, learning a survivance kit of the language in the country in which you are, of course, is useful, but is not mandatory. Many people in Europe speak English, and you can make it very easily. I think there is a...
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Dr. Lunita Sumba. Now about the host institution, does it have to be a university?
Again, I need to be careful because there is no general rule. You need to see the single call, the single application requirements. For the Italian, on the Italian side, it is not mandatory that is in university. It can be a research center. We have many research centers that are linked to university, but they don't provide degrees. They don't have teaching programs, but they do research, and yeah, a letter of accreditation from them is good. Okay, thank you again. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Fabio, for giving the landscape in the whole of the entire EU countries. So now we have Melanie Mwangi from Enrich Africa and Joseph from Seed Project. They're going to talk about EU-AU networking opportunities for researchers and innovators in Africa's digital landscape. So, Melanie.
Hi everyone, I'm happy to be here today. My name is Melanie Mwangi. I'm representing Enriching Africa Center. I hope all of you have eaten some lunch and you have some energy today afternoon. So Enriching Africa Center is an outcome of Horizon Europe. We started off as an EU-funded project, Horizon 2020, and then so basically what our objective was as a project was to bridge the gap between Africa and Europe in the innovation ecosystem. And one of our first activities at Enriching Africa was to bring local ESOs from Europe and Africa together, because these are the people who champion local innovation and entrepreneurship in Africa. So that is what we started off doing at Enriching Africa, piloting different activities, which I'm going to talk about. And then we were later entitled in Cape Town. This is in 2023. So we are a company based in South Africa, and I am based in Nairobi, Kenya. So what is our vision at Enriching Africa Center? It is to become the bridge between Africa and Europe innovation ecosystem. So we do work with different stakeholders from Europe and Africa. These are academia, researchers, ESOs, investors or funders, policymakers, basically everyone within the innovation ecosystem. And our work, I know a lot of you today have heard the AU Innovation Agenda. That is actually one of our works, is to implement the short-term, long-term, medium-term goals on the AU Innovation Agenda. If you're here in this room and you've not had the chance to read on the AU Innovation Agenda, please do try. Okay. So Enriching Africa, we are an ecosystem aggregator. Like I said, we work with different stakeholders in Africa and Europe. Number one is the policymakers, because Enriching Africa is actually their baby, right? Because it started off as an EU-funded project, and because of the activities that Enriching Africa was doing in bridging the innovation gap between Africa and Europe during the piloting phase, the EU decided to entity it as an entity to continue the legacy work of different EU-funded projects that we've had today and many more out there. So we're an ecosystem aggregator. We do connection between Africa and Europe. We create linkages between these different stakeholders. Let's say, for instance, you're in academia and you are looking to collaborate with a different institution in maybe Europe, in France. So you come to Enriching Africa Center and then we help you with that. So we do internationalization. Let's say, for instance, you're a BSO, that is a business support organization. You're trying to expand your programs out of Kenya. You want to go into different African countries or even the European countries. Enriching Africa is there to assist you with that. We also do knowledge exchange between these different entities in Africa and Europe. That is one of our works. We do community building, capacity building, and a lot of technical and knowledge exchange between the two continents. So our network, business support organizations, I feel like this is a repetition, innovation facilitators, businesses, whether it's corporate, government, academia, entrepreneurs from Africa and Europe. So our footprint, ever since we got entered in 2023, we are now hitting 300 different network members. We call them champions at Enriching Africa because these are the people who champion for innovation in Africa. So we have representation in more than 37 countries at the moment, and we are operating in all sectors that has anything to do with technology and innovation. So what are our core competencies? So our core competencies, we have strategic innovation partner. So Enriching Africa actually does do implementation of different international projects. I have had one of our partners for the AIP project that started this year in January is here. And then we have Joseph from WASIAP who's going to talk about WASIAP, about seed projects. So we work on different projects that have the objective of bridging or linking Africa and Europe in terms of research and innovation. We also do delivery of this project. We are a sustainability driver for ESOs in Africa and Europe, and we are also an intermediary between different institutions in Africa and Europe. So how do we do what we do? We do matchmaking. Like I said, if you are, for instance, in this room and you're looking for any kind of partner, let's say you're even looking for a government partner in Tanzania, and you're here in Kenya, or you're here and you're trying to break into the Francophone market in Senegal, Enriching Africa, we do have different network members in majority of these countries, and we help you with the matchmaking. We give you access to different markets, especially in Europe and Africa, and we do also have a digital backbone, which I will describe just in a few. So when you do Google Enriching Africa, you can scan that, and then you'll be able to visit our website. When you do Google Enriching Africa Center, you will find that we do have a digital backbone. We have this product that is for all the innovation stakeholders within Africa and Europe. So what we do with this platform is that we share different kind of resources that are out there. We continue building the legacy works of different activities or projects that have been there. For instance, we know that the EU has funded a lot of projects in Africa, and majority of these projects have an end line. So what happens with Enriching Africa, once that project is done, Enriching Africa continues with the legacy work of this project, because we cannot allow these projects to just end like that, right? So that is what Enriching Africa does. We share different kind of resources on the Enriching Africa platform, like funding opportunities. I know a lot of you are able to get a lot of these opportunities, especially as researchers on the Euro Access page. But we do also have different or more opportunities you can find on the Enriching Africa Center platform. You do have to be registered into the platform, and then you can pick that you're an STR actor, that is academia, and then you'll be able to have access to all this. You can also share this with, if you are a technology hub within a university and you have innovators or entrepreneurs in your lab, they can get a lot of materials and resources for startups. We also have that, yeah. So please do, if you have the chance, please do visit the Enriching Africa Center website, and you can have access to all this. Then we have, so when it comes to matchmaking, how do we do matchmaking? We do matchmaking in different ways. Number one, we have the twinning program. So the twinning program is where we bring different institutions, whether it's ESOs or VCs or academia and researchers together. So for instance, this year we've been running a twinning program where we've brought different institutions. For instance, we have UCT, we partnered them with CISPA from Germany, and they're working on a project on cybersecurity. We partnered Kenyatta University, Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, with a university in Lithuania. And actually, she was here to visit her twin. So with the twinning program, what we do is that we bring two different institutions together. If you have the same need, if you have something that you can work together, like a project, we bring you together, we help you come up with a scope of work, the both of you, and then in time, we fund some of these exchanges. So we have funded, this year we have funded over 8 exchanges for different institutions in Africa and Europe. Nigeria partnered with like Molo Ventures is partnered with IPN, that's the biggest university in Portugal. So that is one of the things that we do in matchmaking. We do B2B partnerships also. So for instance, we have different, we get a lot of requests from businesses, especially in Europe, that are trying to break into the African markets. So we also help them with that. We connect them with the right partners in the African markets. And we help them even with things like market insights, yeah. Then we do have opportunity sharing, something that we do at Enriching Africa Center. Every other week we send daily, weekly funding opportunities to our different network members. And then when it comes to access to markets, this is another activity that we do at Enriching Africa Center. Sorry. We have soft landing programs. So soft landing programs is where we have call for applications. We've had a couple of them this year. And then we pick particular markets. And in these particular markets, let's say for instance, we have a soft landing in Ghana. We pick the Ghanaian market, have a call for application. So if you're a business, you're in academia, or you're an innovator, and you're trying to figure out if Ghana is the right market for you to expand into, or if you just want to visit Ghana and find out if you can get any partnerships and things like that. Those are some of the things that we do. So we pick different stakeholders after the call is closed, and then we pick these guys, we do capacity building with them, we help them find out if this market is a viable market for their products and services, and then we take them to that market, and then we do B2B matchmaking with the Ghanaian market according to your needs, what you tell us that you need. Then we have learning expeditions. Learning expeditions is a little bit just like soft landing still. So for the soft landings, we mostly do like between 4 days to 1 week. Learning expeditions might take a little bit longer, 1 week to maybe 2 weeks. So learning expeditions, we take you to the, let's say now you're going to Uganda. So we take a couple of people there, and we take them to visit different stakeholders within those markets. And then, yeah. And then if you want to expand into that particular market, we help you with that. We also do trade missions and exchange programs at Enriching Africa. So what is our strategic role when it comes to EU-funded flagships? I'm going to just repeat, if you'll allow me. Enriching Africa started off as an EU-funded project, right? And then we got entitled to continue the activities that we were doing while we were a project, which I've mentioned. But now, once these projects are done, EU-funded projects, like the SEED project, we've been running the SEED project for 2 years now with different partners, 10 partners, 5 from Europe, 5 from Africa, and the project is ending in December this year. But it doesn't end just there. Yes, SEED has ended, but the legacy work of the SEED project and the support that all the SEED partners, not SEED partners, but SEED participants need beyond the project continues on at Enriching Africa Center. Now we have the AIP project. The AIP project stands for Africa Europe Innovation Platform. It started this year in January. It is going to run for 3 years. It is a platform that, the outcome of this project is actually a digital platform that we will use to bridge the innovation gap, like bring all stakeholders from Africa and Europe, depending on the kind of stakeholder that you are, and then you're able to collaborate and network very easily on the AIP platform. Yeah, so we do have other projects that we're working on, some funded by the EU, some not, but that is some of the things that we do at Enriching Africa. We do have an alliance of partners that you can see there, and thank you very much. I don't know if there's any question. Please do scan this so that you can find out more about Enriching Africa Center. If you have any questions, please do feel free to reach out to me. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, my name is Dr. Faraj Yatundu from Southeastern Kenya University, Seku. I wanted to know, I've looked at the linkage that you've given, and one, do you charge anything for the linking? Two, I've seen you've actually said, for instance, if we have an organization in these foreign countries and they may want to get into our Kenyan market, then you are able to provide the information. So I wanted to know if you've actually developed a database. For instance, like in this country today, we have quite a number of universities. Like for example, where I come from, the university is actually in an ASAL region, and we do a lot of dryland agriculture. And let's say we may have an institution that may want to get an institution in Kenya that can actually do dryland agriculture. So do you have that data? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. First question, do we charge for the linkages? So for Enriching Africa, how we work is we work with our network members. So you have to be a member of our network so that we work together. And it's very easy to be a network member. When you just go on the platform and then you register, put your details, you are basically a member of Enriching Africa Center. So here's how it works. We do charge subscription for our network members. We have the free membership, and then we have the paid membership. So free membership, you get a lot of access to this, but we always prioritize our premium members. So for premium membership, we charge 500 euros annually. But I should say that for now, for when it comes to academia and researchers, we are not charging them for now. This might change. And we do not charge for the linkages. We don't charge. Our work is basically to bridge that innovation gap. So some of these things, we don't charge for that. Second question on database, we do have a database of the different stakeholders that we work with and what their needs are. So once you go through the registration process on the Enrich in Africa platform, you will answer a lot of questions. We do, not questions, but a needs assessment, basically. So what this needs assessment does, it tries to figure out what are your challenges, what are your needs, what are you looking for when it comes to partnerships, what can you bring into the network, and then we do, what is it called? We verify that the information that you've given is correct, because another thing that we're trying to do at Enrich in Africa is to build trust between the different stakeholders within the African market, the European market, and vice versa, right? Because there's a lot of trust that is lost out there. So that is one of the things that we're trying to do. I don't know if the answer suffices. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Laura Mamuli from the Open University of Kenya. At the Open University of Kenya, our students engage in innovative capstone projects. And I was just wondering how we can link them up with your organizations to commercialize the products of their capstone projects. Thank you.
Thank you. So one of the ways that we work with or support entrepreneurs is through our network members, right? We have a lot of ESOs, entrepreneurial support organizations, whether these are VCs, whether these are accelerators, hubs, and depending on the stage that the entrepreneurs are, depending on what they're looking for, we connect them or link them with the right people. Sometimes we are also involved in different programs or projects that are solely focused on entrepreneurs, and we can work with them on that. But majority of the time, when it comes to Enrich in Africa Center, we work directly with academia, ESOs, and funders. That's how we work majority of the time, yeah. But I will definitely love to have a discussion with you after this, yeah. Any question? Thank you.
Good. So, okay, yeah, my name is Joseph Shitote. I am part of WAZIAP EV. This is a technology company based in Germany, but we now have many activities actually in Kenya. With WAZIAP, we are mostly interested, actually, if you hear the message from the leader of the team, one thing that he often emphasizes on is that in the whole African context, the East African side, specifically Kenya, is one of the easiest areas and countries to work with. So when he was looking for partnership for some of these interesting projects, the Horizon Europe, this Erasmus Plus, he had a lot of difficulty actually understanding the ecosystem. He first went to Western Africa. Yeah, he did the first project there, but then he didn't get the right feeling and also the vibrantness that is required for research and innovation. But when he came to the East African region, then it looked like things were very, very easy, yeah. And from that, from that time, now we have come through a journey of about 5 years working in the Kenyan ecosystem with various projects and initiatives going on in the area of climate and innovation and also education, as well as water and irrigation. Some of these projects, you may have heard of it. We have one Kijani box applied in the biodigester ecosystem. We have Kijani Space for Earth observation around the Lake Basin region. And now we have this seed, which we are working closely with Melanie. I wish you could have stayed with me on the stage to give me the courage to talk and continue. Yeah, but she left me here, so I will just eat the cake alone, so it is okay. Yeah, so I am here now to just give you a very brief context of the SEED project, which is one of the initiatives that WASIAP is a part of. SEED is an innovative project under the European, under the Horizon Europe framework. We have a consortium, so a consortium of 10 partners, so 5 in Europe and also 5 in Africa. They are spread out, so on the African context, we have Senegal, we have Ghana, we also have South Africa. So in South Africa, there are 2 partners. One of them is Enriching Africa, the other one is Metis. And now in the Kenyan side, WASIAP through the association, the German association to the Kenyan side, so we lead all the pilot activities on the Kenyan ecosystem. More about SEED, so we have linked with the various, we could call them instruments that actually guide innovation in the innovation both in the European and also the African ecosystem. So that means that we observe the EU Global Gateway priorities. We also are interested in this connection between the African Union and the European Union. You will see one of the interesting challenges that we have faced while trying to bridge this connection, actually. Then the Africa Agenda 2023 has also been mentioned here several times, so it is something not to leave out. And of course, the Global Sustainable Development Goals. So I say this, and before I move to the next slide, which is the methodology, now I'll tell you the meaning of SEED. So that is, we are trying to strengthen the European African digital ecosystem, yeah, through increased research and innovation. So ideally, to make it easier for European researchers to work with the African researchers and the other way around. But it has not been very easy, just to let you know. Our key methodology is again linked to the main initiatives, which is the human-centered design methodology. So that means that we need to ensure that everything that we are doing is linked to the target environment that we want to implement these services. So all our activities, that is the main things that we have run. Many of you, I don't know, but maybe some of you may have participated or attended these events. We have done boot camps in the last year, and this year also we have organized webinars to try and enhance this connection. We have also done these activities that Melanie has mentioned, that is the learning expedition, also the twinning program, the soft landing missions, the youth training program. In each of these pilot locations that we have mentioned, and we have discovered many things. The last one just ended on the Kenyan side, and I was leading it, and we saw a number of African researchers and innovators now from Kenya and also Tanzania, together with a few from Europe, come together in Kenya to now see whether they could discover the market ecosystem in Kenya and implement their solutions. And there are interesting results for that also, with a lot of difficulty, actually. Then we have also participated in, we were part of this Europe, the AAP event that took place in Brussels. Some of our partners participated in this one. Maybe some of you met them, actually. Okay, good. Yeah, so we were part of that, and now we will be having our final event. Actually, SEED ends this year in December. So we'll be having our final event in Ghana next week, actually, part of this Ghana Digital Innovation Week. On the first day, we have our internal partners meeting, and then the next 3 days, it will be a public event where we now share the results of what we have been doing so far. The next slide is just the conclusion. So I just want to mention one thing which probably should scale to most of you who have the influence to do this, because one thing that has been very difficult in making this bridge between African and European researchers has been the fact that it is easier for Europeans to travel to Africa, but very difficult for Africans to travel to Europe. So for most activities that happen in Europe, you find that very few Africans are able to get the visa. Yeah, actually the visa is the main problem. It takes a very long time, and there are many challenges. So many people, many Africans actually miss the opportunity to actually bridge now the other way. So if there are policy influencers on the crowd, maybe that is something that you could take up and see if something could be done. We propose some specific, we could say, exception for researchers. Yeah, if you're a researcher, it needs to be easy for you to move around. Otherwise, we will grow one side and the other side fails. This is just the links. I think the slides will be shared. So once you get them, you should be able to follow each of our socials and also the website. And that is it. Thank you for your attention.
I think to make it very complete, I would like to invite Mr. Mumbiko from AEIP just for a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone, and thank you, my sister and brother. So I'll try to take very few minutes as told. I was not in the program, and thank you very much for that. So once again, my name is Mumbiko Kingori. I'm the Partnership Director at the Youth Cafe. The Youth Cafe is a youth-led and youth-serving Pan-African non-profit. We are based here in Kenya, Kitushuru. And we are part of the consortium with Enrich Africa that has brought together the Africa-Europe Innovation Platform. And what is Africa-Europe Innovation Platform? It's a one-stop shop that links platforms. We host resources for all Africa-Europe innovation stakeholders. So if you're an innovator in the room, or you host innovators, or you know some, you're the right place. You can talk to us. You can talk to our platform host here, Enrich Africa, and you can be able to be assisted. Of course, I'll talk a little bit more about what we are doing in the consortium, and we are coming up with a playbook. Apart from other things, we are representing the youth voice. Of course, we are coming up with a youth playbook. This playbook will be a one-stop shop, an analysis of the major innovations done by the African youth. Of course, I know there are many definitions of the youth. We are guided by the African Union and the Kenyan Constitution, 18 to 35. But of course, you can be youth-serving, and if you can be able to bring up an annex to that. So in that platform, we'll also be looking. I know there are many academias here, because the I platform, of course, is meant for policymakers, civil societies, startups, investors, funders, academia, and business support organization. Specifically for the platform, if you're an academia, we are also inviting you. You can apply to be a reviewer, and of course we can, we can also recommend, and we can say that you are part of the review, and this is also a way of getting into it. So I don't want to take much time. Thank you very much. Of course, you can check on the website, www.africaeurope innovation.net, www.africaeuropeinnovations.net, or you can reach out to Youth Cafe, www.theyouthcafe.com, and we can reach out. I've given several of my cards, or you can write to partnerships@theyouthcafe.com. Thank you very much, and thank you to Horizon Europe. Together forward. And the voice of the youth. Hello!
Okay, I think they deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much for a nice presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Nicholas Odongo. He represents ACTS, Africa Center for Technology Studies. I'm very pleased to invite him, as I'm one of the beneficiaries from Ethiopia. Please, Nicholas, come to the stage. Thank you also for the support. Let me use this opportunity.
I think they left the best for last, so sit up. Hopefully it's interesting. Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Odongo. I am a research fellow and also a deputy head at the African Center for Technology Studies. And I want to achieve three things here in the few minutes that I'll be here. One is to introduce the center. Number two is to introduce another funding source that you may not be aware of, maybe you're aware of. And lastly, because I'm convinced that what I have here is very important. It's life-changing. So I'm thinking I'll share a bit about the grants management that we've done at the center. So yeah, this is just a summary of what I'm intending to speak about. And I am alive to the fact that there's already a lot of information overload. So I'll try to summarize it. The slides will be shared, and hopefully you'll have time to look at them and maybe benefit from some of the information there. So the African Center for Technology Studies is an STI policy think and do tank. The think part is the research, the do part is the commercialization and upscaling and stuff like that. We are active in about 25 or so African countries. Important to mention that we are established in 1988, so we are 37 years in operations. We have 5 programs. You may look at them like priority sectors: agriculture, food and nutrition security, climate resilient economies, science, technology, innovation, knowledge and society, and then the Artificial Intelligence Institute, and lastly, gender, youth, and inclusive development. Part of the things that we do is research, policy analysis, and capacity building. We also try to convene policy dialogues nationally and across the continent. We try to influence development theory, be thought leaders in STI policy issues in the continent, and we also try to provide independent and objective policy advice, because again, a core part of our mandate is to the African institutions. So this is my department, a pretty long name, but these are the activities we do: research, capacity building, policy influence, knowledge and technology brokerage, and impact and communication. So I've achieved the first task, which is to introduce the African Center for Technology Studies to you. And we are based at the Konza Technopolis, Ukombali. Now about the Science Granting Council's initiative, which is Another, you may call it a funding source, and Prof. Dilfana is one of the beneficiaries of this initiative. So Science Granting Council's initiative is a multilateral initiative. Multilateral in the sense that there are a couple of funders who come together besides Horizon Europe, which is European Union. These are now the member states coming together on the side, put money together in one basket, and again approach the continent. So there's quite a lot of love from Europe in this sense. We have the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office. We have the International Development Research Center of Canada, the National Research Foundation of South Africa, the NORAD, which is the Norwegian agency, DFG from Germany, and CEDA from Sweden, and the latest entrant is Welcome, again from the UK. And this initiative was established in 2015 with the mandate to support science granting councils. An example was NRF Kenya, that's our science granting council. So their mandate is to support science granting councils in the continent to fund and manage research, but also to push it beyond the boundaries into conversations about uptake and commercialization. But more importantly, as we speak, phase 2 of this Science Granting Councils initiative is just coming to an end. And there is a phase 3, which will begin next year. This should be 2026 to 2030. So watch out on their website, the many calls for proposals that they will issue. These are the countries in the continent that are participating as beneficiaries. There are 20 in number. Used to be 17 for a while, but last month, just the other month, Laura, right? When we were in Accra, we admitted Angola and Togo into the Science Granting Councils initiative. So with regards to the Science Granting Councils initiative, I want to talk about the phase 3, because phase 2 is finished, is overtaken by events, but you may be interested to learn about this phase 3, which is now being designed at the final stages. And early next year, probably in Q1, there will be a call for proposals on the SGCI website, but also on the individual Science Granting Councils websites, including the National Research Fund of Kenya. You'll be able to see a call for proposal there. Important, the reason why the Auda NEPAD logo is there is that with phase 3 of SGCI, the focus will be the 5 priority sectors and the Science, Technology, Innovation Strategy for Africa, STISA 2034. The SGCI will be collaborating with Auda NEPAD very deeply to issue the calls for proposal. And these are those 5 priority sectors. So colleagues in these sectors, next year will be your time to really look at the website and look at the ideas or the calls that in the morning we were told the calls need to speak to your idea, not the other way around. So hopefully you are able to see a call that speaks to your idea. But even beyond the 5 priority sectors, there are 6 cross-cutting priorities under STISA 2034. I invite you to read that document. It's a very brief one, but is packed with a lot of vision and strategy for the continent. So if your idea speaks to any of these 6 cross-cutting priorities, then you will still also be invited to submit your proposals for review. So this is the information that is important or is available at the moment. The call for proposals, expect them at the first quarter of next year. The information itself, you'll find it within the SGCI website, our website, the ACT's website, as well as the National Research Fund website. Important also to mention is that phase 3 will take a slightly different approach. There's a lot of emphasis on collaboration across countries, intra-Africa. Scientists will be called upon to collaborate with your fellows in Uganda, in Zimbabwe, in Malawi, in Cote d'Ivoire. You may wonder where you'll get information about the researchers. We developed some form of a network of researchers across the continent. It's not a very comprehensive database, but it is a network that may help you to, reach out to people who are working on the same idea that you're working on. So if you've met some researchers in different continents, in different countries in the continent, maybe it's around time that you start reviving your contacts with them. Say hi, so that next year you're not just ambushing them and telling them that now we need to work on this proposal. Now, the third mission that I thought is important is to highlight a few challenges that, in my experience as a grants manager, I have seen researchers face, including compliance, problem solution matrix, your theory of change. Is it sound enough? What are the strategies for working with the private sector, for involving the community, for making sure that your impact is visible, for also ensuring there's inclusivity in your research idea, in your project, for managing grants, addressing procurement issues, handling project management, identifying the right partners, managing those expectations, because again, there's a lot of shift towards collaborative projects. You've seen also with the SGCI, funders are collaborating, so even researchers therefore need to collaborate. Some of the practical insights that I thought important to mention, on the budgeting side, I feel like researchers sometimes don't cost their items accurately. Sometimes within a university, different departments, they struggle to work together. The work plan itself, early in the morning we talked about activities, they need to make sense. But more importantly, it needs to flow. You need to show how your intervention is addressing the problem and in a sustainable way. Again, another insight that I thought important to mention is that most of you are scientists, so project management may not really be a cup of tea, but it's a very critical role. And as you're crafting your project team, I think it would be very wise to make sure that you have a project manager within your project. It may seem like a small project, but the project manager is very important to address issues like the procurement concerns, the reporting, which is very time consuming, but also just following up with the funders, addressing the concerns that the funders may have, so that you as a scientist, you as a PI, can focus on the science. What the African Center for Technology Studies can offer, and there are only 2 slides left. One is to support on commercialization and technology transfer. That means we provide IP support, registration, management. We also provide technology readiness assessment support, responsible artificial intelligence development and deployment, and sometimes also joint proposal development for upscaling of innovations. This is a case study, and this is the last slide for one of the projects that I've been managing since 2023, and it's coming to an end next month, where we supported 82 research and innovation projects. Prof. Dilfana is one of the 82 PIs in that project, supporting more than 50 research institutions, at least 40 public universities. We have a database of about 450 researchers, and then therefore we have developed a network of researchers. And then this project was across 17 countries in the continent, but next year now it will be 20 countries in the continent. So there's quite a lot to share, but because of information overload and time, I would like to rest it there. The rest may be read through the slides. We can discuss and learn from each other. But thank you, Horizon Europe, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Dr. Nicholas for his nice presentation. Yes, maybe just one question if you have, otherwise we directly go to the participant portal. I don't see any hands. Okay, very quickly. I think you can understand why I give him some extra minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Henry Warohio. I work with ESAMI. ESAMI is Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, operating across 10 member states, serving close to about 44 different countries in the continent. And I invite you to just look at our website, because in about 2 weeks' time, we will be doing exactly what we are talking about here, because we have the research colloquium theme that is coming up. It's on research ecosystems within the continent, looking at the outputs, the social impact that this really has had. I think listening to the various presentations, very exciting things are happening in and around the continent. I think if I look at ESAMI established under 10 member governments, within that cluster, we have 307 universities. I think my quick numbers tell me we have about 2,000, close to about 2,600 universities in the continent. And our dream is that these institutions should be able to work together to co-create knowledge and to co-generate the same knowledge, innovate, but also much more importantly, demonstrate the impact our research is having at the societal level. And I'm glad that ACTS, we are really talking about moving beyond the research outputs into, because I sometimes actually wonder whether we are counting the right things that we need to be counting at the university level or higher education institution. It's very easy to say I've published 20 papers and journals, probably in highly peer-reviewed journals, but that research still sits in the library. And I think time has come for higher education institutions to step out of the comfort zones to be able to solve real, meaningful societal problems and demonstrate their impact. Our very quick finding is that there's still a lot of noise in the research. Small pockets located in different locations within the same institution, faculties doing quite a lot of research, but they are not talking with each other. And I think time has come for us to kind of really change this. Again, also when it comes to funding, we will be establishing some research fund within SME. SME apparently, yes, we can go for research grants, but we are financially self-sustaining, yet we are a public institution. The particular research colloquium that we are going to host, we are financing that, not without any funding from government, but with funding that is generated by us, so to speak. We are sitting at the nexus that connects theory with practice and talking about industry players, higher education institutions, the society as well. And just to mention that at the policy making level, the heads of public service are members of governing boards within SME. And therefore, some of the things we are actually doing is to actually see the research that is taking place and the recommendations that are coming out of there. Because one of the challenges researchers have had, you come up with very good research, but doesn't find its way to policy. And as a result, it doesn't then translate into societal impact. And that's a gap that we are inviting all of us, I think, to step into. That's more than a comment, but I want to compliment everyone who has really been able to speak on this very exciting thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a comment. Yeah, now it's actually a time to go through this participant portal. Thank you for waiting for this time. Just very quickly, we go through this participant portal. We start with Euro Access. It's a word coined from Europe and access. Okay, so it's a new word now, Euro Access. If you have your computer with you or a smartphone, I think we can do it together. Don't worry, it will not take you more than half an hour, just maybe in 20 minutes we try to finish this hands-on session on this participant portal. So if you write Euro Access on your browser, the first item is that the one that you are looking for, Euro Access. We'll see only the most important functionalities in this platform. So this is the landing page for Euro Access. As I was trying to mention in the morning, this is a very big platform. It's an information tool. Here you see, under the network, you have Euro Access national portals. This is a place where you find all these 43 plus centers, Euro Access service centers in Europe, okay? More than 600 centers. So if you go down, here you have Euro Access worldwide. Here you find Euro Access Africa and other 8 hubs that are outside of Europe, in US, in Latin America, in Asia, in India, in China, and others. So this is where you can find people for your communication. So let's start with the job and opportunities bar here. Are you with me? Do you have any tool with you? You can click on job and opportunities here and see how many vacancies posted at the moment. So if you scroll down a bit, you see here, search for jobs. This includes PhD vacancies and postdoctoral and other research positions, academic and non-academic positions. Here you find search for hosting. For example, if you have a postdoctoral grant or if you get ERC grant and if you are looking for a host institution in Europe or in Horizon Europe associated country, you can find here many institutions that could potentially host you during the project period. If you scroll down further, you see many informations. So usually EU funding, there is no problem with information. Maybe you find a lot of informations, any relevant information for you that you may have any kind of questions. So in the Horizon, you'll find all the details about the Horizon Europe. Here you find our ERC. Here you find about the MSA. See? Further down, you have a lot of informations. If you ask me how many pages you have in your access, we have more than 64,000 pages. See how much, this is really big data, big platform. So let's see in the search for jobs, you click here, search for jobs, and see how many vacancies at the moment. It varies time to time, but this time there are around 6,228 jobs. Last month it was around 10,000, so it varies. When it expires, they removed it, and it's all are currently available job positions, including PhD and postdoc and other research positions. So you need to be systematically searching for your items. Okay, here you have a filter. You can filter by offer type. Is it funding? Is it hosting? Okay, you can also filter by country, that particular country. Here we have 56 different countries. So you can click here, you can filter. You can filter by research field, you see. This is, is how you systematically filter and reduce the number of the items from 6,000 to maybe a couple of items that are very close fit to your expertise or to your interest. Right? Is that clear? So this makes it very, very simple. And you can also filter with the sector, higher education, large enterprise, private and public. There are many options that you can filter here. And with positions, I think this is the most important filter item. In positions, if you are looking for bachelor or master, PhD or postdoc or research proposition, okay, name it here. Now let's see for PhD and postdoc. Out of these 6,000, how many of them are for PhD and postdoc? I think we can just, with this only, with this position or with this parameter, let's filter and see how many are there at the moment, which are active. Okay, 1,646. If you're interested in specific to PhD, you may reduce even further. For postdoc, you can reduce even further. With a country, you can reduce it further, right? So this way, systematically, you can fine-tune your search and end up with a small number of items, right? So this is about funding and opportunities that you find in the Euraccess. The other important thing I would say is you are looking for a partner, right, in Europe and other part of the world. So this also helps you to find or propose collaborators. For that, you need to come here and network. You need to go to Euraccess Africa, Euraccess Worldwide, then Euraccess Africa, then another. So this is a long way, right? So for short, I recommend you to directly go down at the end of this, okay, at the bottom of the landing page. You see, here are the very quick, for the quick search. Here you see partnering. Search for researchers. We have more than 16,000 researchers in our database who are express their interest to partner. Search for organization, more than 25,000. It's not only the list, but if you are also interested as a researcher, you can provide your profile here, or you can also provide your institution or your company profile so that you can be visible by other researchers in Europe or beyond, right? So this is, we go for free. So you are privileged to create your profile. You are also privileged to create your institution profile so that you're visible and maybe people will see you on this Euraccess and communicate or contact you for future collaboration in Horizon Europe, whatever, in EU funding opportunities. So let's start with the search for researchers. Let's say you are looking for researcher, okay? Again, you have some filter items, okay? Otherwise, it's not easy to get what you want. So systematically, you can filter with this research field. Let's say researcher profile. Are you looking for a junior researcher, R2, medium, leading, established researcher? So it depends on your interest that you want to involve them in your project, so you can fine-tune your search. And again, by country, are you looking for a researcher in Germany, in France? Okay, you can specify your search here. So you can fine-tune and really get small items that you can further start communicating via email, because they put their contact address there, because they are interested. That's why they put their profile here. Okay, so there are some parameters, some items that you need to filter, right? This, I don't know, you can also write here. Maybe if I need a chemist, since I'm from chemistry, let's start with the chemistry. Okay, I can just simply write and search. See, fine-tune for me about 1,522 chemists. And I want this, maybe let's say, they specify the country. I'm looking for a chemist in France who can collaborate with me in my proposed project. How many chemists put their profile? 190, you see? Further, you can fine-tune it with other items, the filter items. Is that okay? That's clear, right? So this is, systematically filtering the researchers that you are looking for to your future collaborator. But my suggestion is you better use the existing ones, right? Instead of finding new ones. But if that's a must, you can still use our platform to search for that. Search for organizations. And again, you see, there are more than 25,000 organizations who provide their profile here. I think, let's see if we have a University of Nairobi here. Yes, okay. But it's not, okay, Kenyatta University, Strathmore University, Technical University of Kenya, you see? So there are many ways systematically, but unfortunately I don't find it University of Nairobi here. Yeah, for the interest of time, we don't want to spend more time here. So this is one thing. The other, I think, is Euraccess Africa, which is also very important. I'm from Euraccess Africa. I have to show you how to get in news, how to subscribe for our flash notes. So I go to the network, then click on Euraccess Worldwide, and then scroll down further, and you see all the 9 hubs that are outside of Europe. So the first one is Euraccess Africa. If you click it, so you can see here our news and events, upcoming events, including, it's today's event, is this event. If you click more on all the news, then you can find maybe hundreds of news we published so far. And for future, you can also, if you subscribe it here, for the subscription, here you can just click here on the yellow highlighted text, and a couple of questions you need to answer, your email, your institution, that's it. Then you'll be a member of Euraccess Africa, and we frequently send out the news and also event information. Right? So here you have job and funding. Okay, similarly, you can also use this section for partner search. You can click here at the middle, right? For public, you have many publications from Euraccess. Here we have useful information about a lot of things, so we will not go into detail on each of these things in interest of time. But you see, there are many informations here. I think I recommend you to give some time, not today, but some other time, thoroughly and digest what we have in the Euraccess. So you get a lot of relevant informations and supports. Living in and working in Europe, if you want to get information about coming to Europe, living in Europe, okay, working in Europe, you will find all the relevant information once you secure maybe your grant, and if you want going to France, and if you want to know about France, about the research, about travel, about visa, all this kind of information, you can easily get it here. Okay, for career development, information, recorded videos, a lot of information. Just give some time to go through all these sections for researchers, for organizations, initiatives, and networks. Okay? So I think, for interest of time, I stop here. Now let's go to the participant portal, which is, I would say, the most important one. That's where you find all these call of proposals and also search for partners, and that's a place where you submit your proposal. Are you with me? Very good. So one thing that I shouldn't overlook here is that in addition to being a member of the Euraccess Africa, you can also log in. Okay? I told you already, right? Put your profile here. Just, unfortunately, I already signed it, but for you, I think you see login, right? You see login at the right corner. So if you log in, you'll have an EU login account. Just you provide your email and your institution, a couple of minutes, and you'll you'll have an account there. That is the most important thing. And when you have time, you can enrich with the details, with a photo, with some description about you, your profile, so that people can see you and can be interested in collaborating with you. So I think you promise, okay, you do it, right? Later. Now let's go to EU funding and tender portal. EU funding and tender portal. You write this text in any of your browser, then the first item is the one that we are looking for. It's not actually Horizon Europe. All EU funded projects, you find them here. We were talking about Erasmus Plus, right? You find Erasmus Plus here. We were talking about intra-Africa academic mobility. You find them here. All, I think there are 40, 60 EU-funded projects or programs. You find them all in this participant portal, EU funding and tender portal. Likewise, you need to have also an EU login account here. Okay? So you need to sign in if you have it already. If not, you need to sign up. Okay? Yes, again, this is a very powerful tool, and we go only with the most important functionalities, like the most important calls for proposal. We want to know what are the available, right? Currently available calls, which is the most important. Let's click here under funding. You have these items, calls for proposal, participant register. This is where you register or where you see the PIC number. This is also a must to know. If you are applying from the University of Nairobi, during the application process, you are asked to fill out the PIC number of the University of Nairobi. So you will get that here. You don't need to ask the director or the president or the chancellor. You can get the PIC or the PIC code in this website for your institution. If your institution is not yet registered, is a place where to register your company or your institution. So let's start with a call for the proposal. I don't know how many of you are just following me on your computer or smartphones. Very good. Okay. Yes, as I have told you, at the moment there are more than 3,400 call for proposals in different EU programs. So our interest for today's workshop is Horizon Europe, right? Are you with me? The Horizon Europe. Let's see how many open calls are there at the moment. Likewise, we have these filters. For quick search, you can write anything that comes to your mind, or maybe you can use also the available items here. Let's start with the program period. Okay, click here. There are two periods, the current one and the previous one. 2021 to 2027 is the Horizon Europe, and the bottom one is the Horizon 2020. That's already closed. So we click here. Oh, sorry, I was saying 3,000, right? But it says 5,607 call for proposals at the moment. So we click on the first one. 3,000 are for the Horizon ones alone. program, you see, there are many EU-funded programs. We want to check for the Horizon Europe, right? How many, you see? 3,400, that's only for the Horizon. For the whole EU funded, we have more than 5,600. So let's click on the Horizon. It's just like searching for a fish in ocean, right? Has so many topics. Okay, under Horizon, let's see the call. Is it from Pillar 1 that we were mentioning in the morning, ERC, European Research Council, the Marie Scholar Career Action, this doctoral network, postdoctoral fellowship, staff exchange, co-fund, and citizen, these 5. ERC, we have another 5. You remember, in a Pillar 2, we have 6 clusters, from cluster 1 to cluster 6. All of them are available here. So if you are actually looking for MSA, for example, doctoral network, which is currently available, I would say I will write here MSCA, and should be the one open at the moment, 2025. You see? You can also find the past ones here. Okay, is it a citizens? No. Is it a COFAN? No. Is it DN? Is a doctoral network. So I'm looking for this one. 2025, DN01. If I'm looking for other ones, for example, for cluster 1, public health, it is, says CL1. CL1 means cluster 1. Okay, you can see all the 6 clusters on this banner. At the bottom, the health, inclusive, and security. The third, digital, industry, and space. Climate, energy, and mobility. Food, bioenergy, environment, agriculture, and so on. So you can write it here, whether it is cluster 1 or cluster 2, depending on your field of specialization, right? So for now, let's see, just in interest of time, we can see only the doctoral networks. The rest is just the same, okay? I click on the doctoral networks, and I got it here, at the right side. MSA Doctoral Networks 2025. You click it to see more information about this. You see, at the left side, you have this quick search, general information about the call, topic description, updates, destination, condition, and documentations. All the links, all the relevant links, you can find them here. The budget overview, the description, Nicolas and previous presenter was mentioning, all the things you find it here, and you need to really digest it, right? And you need to also paraphrase it. It should be outside of the scope, right? Outside of the description, what is available in the call for a proposal. You should rely on what is written and what is requested here. So I think as researchers, you should digest it very much. Okay? So you can see the general information from the first, you see, is open for submission. The deadline is 25 November 2027, 17 hours. This is very important. A minute after this, it will not be possible for you to submit, right? So you should do it ahead of the time. Shouldn't wait the deadline, right? Yeah, so there are so many informations. They don't have any information gap here. Okay, just scroll down, download them, go to the links, and submit your proposal. So I was saying about the international consortium, right? You see here, if you scroll down further, you see partner search announcements. At the moment, 41 researchers and organizations express their interest to collaborate with this topic, just with this topic. You see? So if you click here, you can find them all here. And if you are the one who was coordinating, okay, you can identify your potential partners, your potential collaborators among these 41 even, right? Okay, let's see what they wrote there. Okay, this is one institution. They have very brief description about the institution. This is organization. Of course, individuals can also express their interest. Okay. This is, I was expecting you to put also for your institution here. You just click and put those relevant discussions. Let's see maybe one of these. University of, this is like in Barcelona, in Spain. Okay, you see? So I have already 8 projects. Okay, you see some information about those previously secured, previously won projects or ongoing projects, so that you can see whether it is really fit with your expertise or with a person or institution that you are really looking for to be part of your project that can handle some of the work packages in your proposed project. Okay? So this will also tell you their capacity, their capability, right? Their resources, infrastructure, not only human capital, but also their infrastructure, so that you can decide to collaborate with them. You see, they have already 11 EU-funded projects. So this is just a criteria, you know, to select among organizations who express their interest to collaborate in this particular call. So in each of the call proposal, you'll end up with the same thing. So you can further enrich your discussion or communicate with the contacts. Okay, you find them. If you show more, okay, you see more information about that particular institution. Is that okay? Yes, but I think for the interest of time, we cannot click on submission and go through all and everything. The other functionality that I would like to show you is that participant register, which is also important. Just click here. Find a registered organization or register your organization if it is a new one. I hope now you can get it University of Nairobi, because we are hosted here. Yes, you see? University of Nairobi. Of course, one institute should have only one PIC. That is a validated one. Okay? You cannot have more than one PIC number for a particular organization. So you see, it's a green highlighted one. It says validated, right? So it's passed through a lot of steps, a lot of documentation, a lot of authentication. After that, the European Commission dedicated section will approve and validate that PIC for that particular institution. So this is for another one, you see? University of Nairobi Enterprise as another company or another institution. But this one, University of Nairobi, it says declared, but not validated. You see? So the right PIC for University of Nairobi is the first one, this number, PIC 9998, something like that. So you'll be asked to fill out this number while you are submitting your proposal during the submission process, right? So this way you can find your organization. If it is already there, that's fine. You take the number. If it's not, you need to go to the next link to register. That is here. It has some 6 steps. It's not really easy, but it's something that you can do it. It may take some time. But at least if you declared, you can submit your proposal before you get validated. Then when you have in this agreement stage, when you contract the agreement with the European Commission, at the time you can finalize it. You can complete all these processes and get validated. Before you get validated, no money will transfer to that institute. So you need to make sure that you get a validated PIC before project is started. Okay? What else? Yes, a partner search. I think we already touched upon it during the doctoral networks. But again, we can use this filter search to find a particular partner in particular call for proposal. Okay, either you can use this quick search or go through again with these items. Are you looking for a collaborator in Pillar 2 or Pillar 1 or specific call for proposal? You need to really go through this. The type, are you looking for a person, a researcher, or an organization? Okay, let's say BOZ in this case, and a program. You see, these are all the EU-funded programs. Our focus is the Horizon Europe. Okay. Topic. Maybe now we can change it. Okay, from MSA to maybe Pillar 2, Cluster 1, let's say. Which is health. Yes. And I don't want the past ones. Yes, I want to see the currently available ones. Let's see one of them, which belongs to the Africa Initiative 3. Okay. There are 71 items in health sector, in public health. Okay, you can click one of them. Would prefer to look at the public health one. Where is that? Disease 3, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I see it's 71, so it's not easy. I have to further write some keywords. Oh, okay, these are institutions. How many are there? 71. Are you looking for a partner in Europe? Or in Africa? I think, again, let's see one from Spain. Among this destination, Disease 3 is for, Lauren can help me. They clearly specified the type of viruses. There are 9 viruses are put in the description, so you need to work on those things. You cannot go beyond those viruses. Right, so you need to really thoroughly look at what is written in the description or in the call for the proposal. So they are really doing very well. You see how many projects they are running? 628 projects. So if you are lucky, and if they really positively respond to your email, the success rate will be very high if you collaborate with these institutions in France. So this is just one criteria, but you have many other things to consider when you pick, when you select, when you search for your partner, right? So this partner need to address part of the project, maybe the work package, or a couple of work packages, depending on the available resources and expertise they have. Okay, so this way you can really find your partner from EU Funding and Tender Portal, this section. For EU-funded programs that I was mentioning, other than Horizon Europe, if you click here, you find them all here, including Erasmus Plus and Intra-Africa I was mentioning earlier. Okay, is that clear? Just go and give some time for this. You have master, you have PhD, so it's not really a big deal for you to easily understand what's going on here. So if you go here, EU-funded projects, you need some experience, right? You need to see how the title, how the establish a consortium, and how many euros they earn, they got. You can really see some examples here from EU-funded projects, previously funded projects, the title, the outcome, the objective, the key features, the main feature of the project you can see those information on this site. The other website, if you ask me, is a Cordis. Cordis is also very important to look at previously awarded EU-funded projects. For the last 3 decades, all these EU-funded projects those keywords or key information can be available, can be found in the Cordis website. Just CORDIS, Cordis. Good. The other thing Lauren was mentioning in the morning, not only just applicant, you can also work as an expert, evaluator for proposals. Okay, so you put your expertise here, your profile here, so that people from EU Commission for different thematic areas may contact you to evaluate. And I think from Kenya there are many people involving in the evaluation process as an expert, many from Africa, not only from Kenya. So I think you can also use this opportunity. Another and very important one is the guidance and documentation here. So it will guide you how you log in the EU account, how you get an account for EU, how you search for a partner, how you submit your proposal, everything that we're discussing today, especially with me, you can find them here. Very clearly, step by step. Maybe as a junior researcher, it will definitely guide you how you really submit and go into details. Okay, guidance and manuals. If you click it here, for example, you see reference documents, online manual. I like this one very much, online manual. If you click it, you see, find a call, find a partner, register an organization, submit a proposal. For each of these items, if you click them, you'll get all the relevant information that you actually need. Okay? So you should really see this part of the portal, the last part. Reference document, how to participate, and a lot of other questions and answer, the fact questions and answer. Help desk and support. They are available 24 hours to respond to your questions. You can write and you also provide your email, then you'll get a response in a few hours, maybe maximum in a couple of days. So it's really very important section of this platform. You see, many things here. So the only thing that you expect from you is that give time for both these participant portals. If you still have some difficulties, if you have some maybe technical issues, you can reach out to Euraccess Africa, then we'll respond to you based on what you are actually asking. Okay? So with this, I think we better stop. And I really thank you all the participants and wish you good luck in your endeavor. Thank you very much. Maybe Dr. Laura for closing, and also Kizito from EU delegation to Kenya.
Well, I think we can take 3 questions.
Yes.
3 questions before we go to the tea break. We have 1 question here. Any other question? I know it's getting late, but it's your chance if something was not clear. I mean, the idea today is to show you that it's not that complicated to navigate, and a lot of information is online to help you navigate, and you can find a lot of information. So, first question, please.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My name is Jared Nganyi from Strathmore University in the ICT research. Now, my question is, I have other networks, not within Europe, but in America, who are very good, for example, in other topic of interest, for example, aflatoxin, other interesting topics, agric. So will EU be able to work and fund such institutions or such professors, or it's only limited to the EU and Africa researchers? Thank you.
Okay, other questions? And we'll wrap up with the questions. Yes, please, at the back. Then we'll be happy to have a third question. You always have a question, so.
All right, thank you. I'm Victor Shikuku. My question is, when you're making an application, there could be eligibility criteria that you've met as a researcher. Are there any eligibility criteria for the institution itself? Some requirements the institution must meet in order for your application also to be acceptable.
Okay, so, and the third and last question.
Okay, my name is Sister Dr. Ann Lucy. I from the Cooperative University of Kenya, and as I said earlier, I belong to the Department of Psychology. That is under Cooperative and Community Development at the Cooperative University of Kenya. Now, I just wanted to ask a question, apart from whatever I'd asked earlier. When it comes to this funding, PhD, master's programs, and probably bachelor's, must these students who are applying for funding go to countries in Europe and America and Canada and whatever, or the same funding can be done in the home country? Let's say if a student is in Nairobi University that is already registered by Horizon Europe, that PhD can be funded from Nairobi University, or must the student travel to Europe? Or if the student maybe is applying for this funding and does not belong to the university that is recorded under EU, this Horizon Europe or Euro Access, like Nairobi is, Strathmore is, you have talked of Jomo Kenyatta University, but there is a student, a university like mine, the Cooperative University, I don't think it's there. I even almost asked you check whether it is there, but I don't think, the Cooperative University is there. So if we have a student who wants to take a PhD program in maybe computer science, or maybe something like data science or whatever it is, or mathematics, and is not in the member universities that have registered with Horizon, can the student be funded from Kenya and study at the Catholic University PhD, or the Cooperative University, or any other university? That was my question, and it was really a concern. I didn't want to go with that question in my mind. So thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you so much for this presentation. It was so enriching, it was so inspiring. We are really very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you always have a question. But I realized that you didn't follow the presentation on your phone or on your tablet or laptop. You didn't bring it. But I hope tonight or tomorrow morning you go on it from what we explained, and you look whether your university is already listed. If it's not, that answers the question over there, that how do you register? So as you heard, you need to register and receive what's called a PIC number, which means PIC?
Participant Identification Code.
Participant Identification Code. So you record it, but to get that, they will check that you are eligible. So, you know, like someone who was just a motorcycle to drive people around in Nairobi will not get a PIC because he's not doing research, most probably. So there are some criteria. You need to prove that you have some research capabilities, right? And then they will ask for the legal act establishing your organization. They need to know there is a legal personality behind, right? And then when it's checked, you get your number validated. Otherwise, it's just submitted. once you have this, that doesn't mean you suddenly have access to a lot of money. It means that you are an eligible participant to submit, first to navigate through this system, to express interest for specific call when you search for calls, and then you can apply for find partners and apply in a proposal. If you apply to a proposal and are selected, then there will be a grant. So either a grant just for your organization, if it's a fellowship, for instance, that's one. But if it's a research project, you will be part of a consortium. And depending if it's a research consortium, or if it's a staff exchange, or if it's a capacity building on higher education, there will be different type of costs which are eligible. So the answer to your question about whether because you have a number, you can have access to funding to pay any students, no. You need to be part of a project that has an envelope for this. Now, for undergrads, you ask specifically the program, we don't have a program really to provide funding for undergrad except through the Erasmus Plus International Credit Mobility. So if your university has an agreement with a university in Europe and you agree to exchange students, this undergrad or graduate students can receive financing for the travel and accommodation in both directions. People to come study where you are or send some of your students, okay? So this was this question. I think I answered your question. And you were asking, now I forgot the first. Yes. Oh, yeah. Then through this portal, you have a lot of people who can register and be identified and be validated as eligible participant, and that could be all over the world, because our program is open to all over the world participation. But the condition for financing will be different. If you're based in Africa, you systematically receive funding if you're part of a selected proposal. But in other countries, like for the US, no, except in the health sector up to now, because NIH funds Europeans, so we have a reciprocity agreement where we can fund entities based in the US. So if you are in the health sector and you are part of a program with an American counterpart, they will be entitled to be funded and you can work with them. But for other countries which are not associated, you know, countries are associated, I mentioned, like Japan is associated or negotiating. They will be at the end of the year. South Korea is currently associated. So there can be a University of Seoul part of a project and they will receive funding because the Republic of South Korea contribute financially to the program. So they add to the 95.5 million. It's actually much more, probably 130. So in this case, partners from those countries can participate and be funded. I hope I answer you, but you can expect, because we don't fund American teams except in the health area, I don't expect many of the US universities to be recorded. Some just to be partners without receiving funding, but accessing the network of other partners. But I would expect there are less US universities listed compared to university from Kenya, because you have access to funding. So it's interesting for you to be listed and participate. Is that clear? Are we ending on a positive note? And on an optimistic note, like people feel like, yes, that can work for me, right? There is something you do in Kenya which I like, is this word of thanks. When you pull somebody who has to say something, to share impressions. Is that correct? Vote, better. Vote. So why don't you come here and do a vote of thanks? It has to be short, but I like this idea. We don't do it. We should import this idea to Europe, because it's a nice, we started with a prayer and we finish with a vote of thanks. Is Isabella? Yeah? Isabella, you've been volunteered. Is that okay? You have to say 2 sentences. What you learned, what you enjoyed, what you didn't like. If you didn't like something, just say it. Okay? And we then go for the tea.
Okay, good evening, everyone. It's good to be ambushed. Yeah, maybe what I would like to start with a vote of thanks, is common here in Kenya. We always start by saying, if it was not for a higher power, we might not have been here. So we start by thanking the Almighty for having given us an opportunity to be here alive today, to enjoy the contributions that have been given by each and everyone. If the whole team that made the call for attendance here didn't do it, none of us would be here. For the entire team behind the planning and preparation of today, we'd like to say a big thank you. Asanteni sana. Yeah, I've been given a good cue. I'd better say it before I forget. Yeah, they are the technical team behind the camera, some of them in front of the microphones, passing it around, that have made it a really wonderful occasion. And remember, we were told there are about 1,000 people online. Yeah, so it's not just us who are here in the room, but there are many others that have been able to follow thanks to the technical team. So a big thank you to each and every one of them. We've had very wonderful speakers right from the beginning, different ambassadors, mission experts, participants in various categories who have given us a lot to follow this. A colleague of mine, Juliet, she's up there with me. There's a different organization we were looking at. They do something similar, and it was so hard to know where to find something. Yeah. So the fact that you took time to actually show us the different elements that are there is very helpful, and definitely we will recommend to the other class of people that maybe they can try that. It's very helpful. I'd like to say a big thank you to each and everyone who is present here. If it was 1 or 2 people, it would not have been that much fun. Sister, doctor, corporate university. If it was not for your many questions, it would not have been as very interesting. And not just you, but everyone else who asked, we learned some more. So for each and every person who was here today that made the day wonderful, asanteni sana. I think it's important not just to take what we had today, but to use it. So we look forward to using the information we received. Thank you, and nice evening, everyone.
I think for somebody who was ambushed, she did pretty well, right? So Professor Fana was saying it would be nice to make a picture outside where we have the tea break. Yeah, as a souvenir from this, for those who are still here. Thank you very much. It was a long day, and I'm sure you all have to rush home, but we have a nice tea to facilitate further networking. We are available to help, and then Kizito here, please, Kizito, who works at the delegation of the European Union to Kenya, so he's based here. Please do not hesitate to send us questions, and again, thank you very much for participating. We go for the picture, and then there is tea, and we keep in touch. Thank you very much.